In the city of Troy, New York, there's a chilling story that still circulates through the streets and alleys. Gary Charles Evans, a man who transformed from a notorious thief into an infamous serial killer. His life was filled with theft, crime, and tragedy. In those days, he led a gang specializing in stealing antiques, and they even stole a 1,000-pound marble tombstone. He committed 5 murders, and 3 of them were his own accomplices. In the prison interview, Evans displayed a complex personality. He could kill and dismember his victims without hesitation. However, when the officer mentioned the child of one of the victims, he struggled to hold back his emotions. His eyes welled up with tears, and his voice trembled as he said, "I'm a heartless criminal. This is your only blackmail to me. You have to protect the children at all costs." So why did he display such a complex personality? Let's go back to the early years of this criminal. Abuse and verbal abuse are the shackles some parents use to bind their children. Though adulthood may bring physical escape, the distorted values implanted in childhood go on to define a lifetime. On October 7th, 1954, in Troy, New York, Flora gave birth to her first child, Evans. In the following years, she had another girl, Robbie. However, the family's happiness did not last long. After the 2 pregnancies and frequent beatings from her husband, Flora gradually fell into depression. She spent her days crying and in a state of anxiety, unable to take care of Evans and Robbie. Their father, Laroy, a man with a volatile temper who was extremely fond of using violence to solve problems, was equally incapable of taking care of the children. In their childhood, Evans and Robbie grew up in a family environment filled with violence and instability. Their father's irritable temper was like a time bomb that could explode at any moment. He not only beat the children, but also did not spare Flora, who was suffering from depression. In those dark days, Evans and Robbie also witnessed their mother's multiple unsuccessful suicide attempts. According to Robbie's recollection, at the age of 7, Evans once grabbed a butcher knife and attempted to stab his father, who was beating his mother. Evans later recalled that he was sexually abused by his father at the age of 8. In such dire straits, Evans revealed a yearning for beauty, possessing an innate sensitivity toward artworks and precious objects. Also, at the age of 8, Evans first experienced the thrill of stealing. He stole a piece of jewelry worth $1,000. Although he was caught soon after, the experience did not frighten him. Instead, it revealed to him a new sense of freedom. At school, he began to frequently steal books, comics, and other small items, and occasionally he would risk shoplifting. Even though these actions made him a notorious thief, he didn't care at all. In 1968, Evans' life underwent a change. In order to cure her depression and escape her violent husband, Flora chose to divorce. She moved to Cohoes with Evans and started a new life. In the summer of 1970, Evans was arrested for breaking into someone's room and was sent to a juvenile detention center, where he had to stay for 3 months. While Evans was in detention, Flora's life also fell into chaos. She began to drink heavily, trying to numb her pain with alcohol. In just a few months, Flora even married and quickly divorced 4 men. After Evans was released, he was further shocked and confused to learn that his mother had publicly come out as a lesbian. Then, the relationship between Evans and his mother was extremely strained. They constantly argued over trivial matters. In the end, the frequent quarrels suffocated Evans, and he made the difficult decision to run away from home, drop out of school, and end up on the streets. Later, in the prison interview, Evans said that his nights spent in abandoned buildings and junkyards were extremely tough. In the winter, without warm clothes, he suffered greatly, but it was still better than the family life he had fled. When talking about his parents, Evans said painfully and disappointedly that they were not good people and were incompetent parents. In the mid-1970s, Evans returned to Troy, a city that was both familiar and strange to him. There, he reconnected with his childhood friends, Michael Falco and Timothy Reisdorf. The 3 of them rented an apartment together, and Evans also found a job. On January 13, 1977, Evans was arrested and sentenced to 4 years in prison for trespassing and theft of property in Lake Placid. He was sent to Clinton Correctional Facility in Dannemora to serve his sentence. Within the high walls of the prison, time seemed to drag on endlessly, and Evans gradually developed an interest in fitness. During his incarceration, his father, Leroy, passed away from throat cancer. On March 21, 1980, Evans was granted parole and returned to the shared apartment in Troy. In order to make money, he and Michael, along with Timothy, began a series of robberies and thefts. They also turned their shared apartment into a hideout for selling stolen goods. In June of the same year, Evans was arrested again for theft and was detained in the old Rensselaer County Jail. After entering a prison, Evans deliberately provoked several Hells Angels members, saying things like, "I bet you can't throw me over that fence." However, they actually threw him over it, and eventually, Evans climbed the barbed wire fence and escaped from prison. The Hells Angels is an international outlaw motorcycle club founded in California and is considered an organized crime group. But Evans' freedom did not last long. Just 5 hours later, he was recaptured and sent back to Clinton Correctional Facility. In 1982, after a fierce brawl among inmates at Clinton Correctional Facility, Evans was transferred to Attica Correctional Facility, where he remained until his release on December 29th. Just a month later, he and Michael committed several petty thefts and moved to Florida. On February 5th of the same year, Evans's mother, Flora, died after falling and hitting her head on a car bumper. This accident forced Evans to return to New York State with Michael to attend his mother's funeral. In addition, they got in touch with Timothy and resumed their criminal activities. 2 months later, Evans was arrested in Saratoga County for burglary and unlawful entry. For the remainder of that year, he was transferred between various prisons multiple times but was never brought to trial, and eventually, he was released from prison in March 1984. Meanwhile, Timothy ceased all contact with Evans and Michael. No one knows why Timothy did this, but about 3 years later, during the same period, his wife gave birth to a boy. Despite Timothy's departure, the theft gang of Evans and Michael did not disband. With Michael's assistance, Evans continued his criminal career. On February 16, 1985, they robbed an antique collector's apartment and made a profit of about $15,000. Just 2 months later, Evans stole a car and sold it for $12,000. However, the car belonged to 2 drug dealers who caught Evans, severely beat him, and handed him over to the police in Cohoes. Later, Evans accepted a plea deal with the prosecutor in exchange for a reduced sentence, admitting to charges of robbery and illegal possession of a weapon. Evans then promised to stop stealing and find a good job before he was granted probation. However, fate seemed to have laid out another path for Evans. In July of that year, he would commit his first murder. In those days, he didn't understand what murder meant. But in the prison interview, he choked up and said, "I would rather be a thief forever. This is not what I wanted." When asked what turned him from a thief into a murderer, he replied bluntly, "I think it was mainly the long years in prison." In the last few days of July 1985, Evans built an improvised silencer for his pistol and used it to kill his accomplice, Michael. He then dismembered the body with a chainsaw and called Timothy, asking for his help in disposing of the body. Although Timothy was extremely hesitant, he still agreed. They stuffed Michael's body into a sleeping bag and drove to the Lake Worth corridor, Florida, where Evans's sister, Robbie, lived. And there, they buried the body in a swamp near Robbie's house. In the prison interview, he revealed that he didn't kill his accomplice to keep the loot for himself, and it certainly wasn't out of greed. Another account suggests that his motive for killing Michael was revenge, because Timothy told him that Michael had been selling the stolen goods to Timothy and keeping the profits for himself, without sharing any with him. After staying in Lake Worth corridor for about 6 weeks, Evans and Timothy returned to New York. Later, Evans was arrested again for parole violation and sentenced to 4 years in prison. There, he met his close friend, the notorious serial killer, David Berkowitz, also known as the Son of Sam. The two became friends due to their shared interest in bodybuilding. Even after Evans was released from prison, they often corresponded, sharing their lives and thoughts with each other. However, life in prison was not peaceful. In December 1987, Evans had a fight with an inmate who had sexually abused children, for which he was placed in solitary confinement for several months. But for Evans, he could not tolerate anyone harming children. This anger stemmed from his own miserable childhood. He had a strong weightlifter-like physique. He did not eat meat, poultry, or fish, and he did not smoke, drink alcohol, or use drugs. He was a person with almost no weaknesses, except for one: children. Because he had suffered pain himself, he could not turn a blind eye to those who harmed children. On March 1st, 1988, Evans was released from prison again. Soon after, he met a 27-year-old thief named Damian Cuomo and began to commit crimes with him. From March 1988 to September 1989, they carried out a series of successful thefts and robberies, becoming increasingly skilled in their criminal activities. During this period, they were also arrested, and the police found ski masks, stun guns, radio scanners, and ropes in the trunk of their car. However, due to insufficient evidence, both men were released. On September 8, 1989, Evans shot and killed 63-year-old thrift store owner Douglas Berry while robbing a store in Watertown. Then he and Damian stole items worth $15,000. By December 29th, Damian showed signs of depression. Since Evans's mother had also suffered from severe depression, he feared Damian might inform the police. Thus, he shot and killed him. In the early 1990s, Evans moved back to Florida, where he stayed for a few weeks before relocating to California. There, he encountered a woman he had known for 15 years. However, shortly after, he was arrested for threatening the woman and her husband because she refused to have sex with him. Facing potential criminal liability, he accepted a proposal to leave California in exchange for them not pressing any charges against him. Back in New York, on October 17, 1991, Evans murdered 36-year-old secondhand thrift shop owner Gregory Yelvin. He stole several items and sold them for a total of $60,000. Later, he discarded the murder weapon and buried it in the Albany Rural Cemetery in Menons. While there, he removed a 1,000-pound marble tombstone and successfully sold it. After killing Gregory, Evans decided to retire from his criminal career. In the following years, he worked as a temporary laborer, but occasionally, he still indulged in petty theft. For instance, in 1993, he stole cufflinks worth $1,500 from a group shop in Quechee. Later, he broke into the Norman Williams Library in Woodstock, Vermont, and stole a valuable book titled The Birds of America, and the original hand-painted edition of which was worth millions of dollars. In January 1994, the dealer who had purchased the marble tombstone chose to call the police and implicated Evans, and he was arrested for theft and vandalism and was ordered to serve a 1-month sentence in Albany County Jail. After his release, he moved to Vermont, where he adopted a survivalist lifestyle, living in a tent and trying to distance himself from his crimes. However, justice may be delayed, but it never fails. In June 1994, the police found Evans again because he had stolen the Birds of America. Faced with the threat of a life sentence, Evans revealed the location of the book and returned it in perfect condition. He was sentenced to only 24 months at an undisclosed prison in Vermont. On June 6, 1996, he was paroled and returned to New York. There, he rekindled his partnership with Timothy, and the two rented a storage unit in Colony to store tools and stolen goods. As time went on, Evans became increasingly paranoid, suspecting that Timothy would betray him to the police. On October 3, 1997, driven by fear and suspicion, he shot and killed Timothy. He dismembered it, buried the remains in the woods, and carefully handled the murder weapon. In reality, his paranoia stemmed from the fact that since the mid-1980s, the police had been constantly tracking him. He suspected that they had bugged his car, and to confirm his suspicions, he even spent 5 hours on a rainy rooftop wearing night vision goggles. Later, Evans stated that Horton, the officer who had been tracking him for years, had pursued him like a hound for many years, tirelessly gathering any evidence that could lead to a conviction, no matter how trivial. To evade Horton's pursuit, Evans lived on edge, moving to 3 or 4 different apartments each year, and frequently residing in motels. On May 27, 1998, a woman, the former lover of one of the men Evans had murdered, identified his hiding place to the police. At that time, Evans was in the downtown area of St. Johnsbury, Vermont. Horton and the officers jumped out of their cars, drew their guns, and surrounded him. And finally, a police dog successfully captured Evans as he tried to flee. Despite being arrested, Evans initially faced only charges of violating his probation and theft. The murders he had committed had not yet been discovered by the police. During an interview, he appeared unusually calm, stating that he had no worries wherever he went because he had long accepted his bleak future. Several days later, in a new round of interviews, Evans made an unexpected decision. Against his lawyer's advice, he confessed to killing 5 men. At that time, Horton informed him that a little boy was wondering about the whereabouts of his father, unsure if he had been abandoned. That boy was Timothy's 9-year-old son. Hearing this news, Evans struggled to hold back his emotions. His eyes welled up with tears, and he said, "I'm a heartless criminal. Yet, he made me feel sympathy for that innocent child who needs to know the truth. This is the only leverage he has over me. You have to protect the child at all costs." When the police emphasized that the 2 murdered shopkeepers had not been involved in any criminal activities, he retorted that these people were not innocent. They had knowingly purchased stolen goods from him. When asked if he regretted killing his victims, Evans candidly said, "Those people were all criminals. They were my accomplices. So I felt no pity. These words may sound cold, but they are the truth." He then added, "I feel more sorry for the children. I never intended to do that. I would rather be a thief forever. This is not what I wanted." On June 24th, Evans sat in the interrogation room, facing the police's questions. He described each of the killings in detail and revealed the burial locations of Michael and Timothy. His descriptions were so precise that the police were able to find their remains very smoothly at the specified locations. On August 12, 1998, Evans was arraigned in the Rensselaer County District Court and charged with 3 of the murders. Later, he was transferred to Albany County Jail, where he was charged with violating his parole in the local court. 2 days later, on the way to Troy and passing over the Menons Bridge, Evans, despite being handcuffed and shackled, used a hidden key concealed in his nostril to unlock his restraints. He then shattered the window of the transport vehicle and jumped out. Although the police quickly cornered him, he managed to run to the edge of the bridge and leaped over. However, instead of landing in the center of the river, he struck the shallow waters below. In the end, he sustained a fatal head injury and died instantly. Given the circumstances, his death was ruled a suicide. Horton, Evans' attorney and investigator, along with several other acquaintances, stated that Evans had planned his suicide well before the incident. He had sent them a suicide note expressing remorse and his inability to cope with the pain of loneliness. Later, Evans' neighbor called Horton to inform him that Evans had a will, in which he requested to be cremated, and expressed a desire for Horton to receive his ashes. Evans' story, like his life, was fraught with contradictions and complexities. He was a soul struggling in the darkness, choosing death as a means to end his suffering, a final release from his inner turmoil, and a punishment for his crimes. Over a criminal career spanning 20 to 40 years, Charles Ray Hatcher continuously carried out crimes including kidnapping, rape, and murder. Labels like sadist, paranoid schizophrenic are not enough to describe Hatcher's evil nature. Words cannot accurately describe what this type of person truly is. Although he is of the human race, his behavior is more like a beast. Hatcher's criminal story is not just a case about a serial killer. It also profoundly reveals many loopholes in the judicial system and parole boards in assessing, supervising, and managing high-risk offenders. In the end, his suicide was a lie. It was another murder case. On July 16, 1929, Hatcher was born in Mound City, Missouri. His parents had 4 children, with Hatcher being the youngest. His father, Jesse, was a notorious criminal with a criminal record of smuggling and an alcoholic, who often abused Hatcher and his siblings. In the spring of 1936, 6-year-old Hatcher and his brothers were playing in their neighborhood when they came across some copper wire. His 7-year-old brother, Alan, had the idea to use it to fly a kite. He picked up the wire and attached it to the kite. However, with no adult around to warn them of the danger, the children were completely unaware that copper wire could conduct electricity. While the boys ran carelessly along the road, Alan accidentally let the wire touch a high-voltage power line, Just in few seconds, his skin turned charred, his heart stopped, and his breathing ceased. His body grew rigid before collapsing to the ground, motionless. After the accident, Hatcher's parents had a fierce argument. His personality also became weak, and he was filled with fear and helplessness. When he entered school, he was always bullied by his peers. Although the teasing and bullying made him feel deeply helpless, inheriting his father's violent genes, he did not choose silence but responded in a wrong way by bullying weaker classmates, and this vicious cycle continued into his adulthood. Several years later, Hatcher's father left home and divorced his mother. During this time, his mother remarried several times. In 1945, Hatcher and his mother, along with her third husband, moved to St. Joseph, which was 34 miles away from Mound City. 2 years later, young Hatcher began working at the Iowa-Missouri Walnut Company. However, this job did not bring about any positive changes in his life. Instead, he made an impulsive decision. He stole a logging truck and attempted to flee St. Joseph. Without a plan, Hatcher was quickly apprehended. However, since he was not yet 18 years old, the court only sentenced him to 2 years of probation. This was the first time in Hatcher's life that he faced legal consequences for a crime, but unfortunately, it was not the last one. Just 1 year later, in 1948, Hatcher made the same mistake again. He stole a Buick in St. Joseph. This time, without the protection of the juvenile justice system, he was sentenced to 2 years in prison, beginning his incarceration at the Missouri State Penitentiary. On June 8, 1949, Hatcher was released from prison early. However, just a few months later, he was arrested again for passing a counterfeit $10 check at a gas station in Maryville. This time, he was sentenced to an additional 2 years in prison. On March 18, 1951, Hatcher attempted to escape from prison and committed a burglary, but his plan failed and he was arrested once more, receiving another 2-year sentence. On July 14, 1954, Hatcher finally completed his additional sentence and walked out of the prison gates again. However, prison life did not lead him to reform. Shortly thereafter, he stole a Ford in Orick and was sentenced to 4 years in prison. While awaiting sentencing, he tried to escape from the Ray County Jail in Richmond, but his escape plan failed again, and then, in addition to the 4-year sentence, he was given an extra 2 years in prison. On March 18, 1959, Hatcher experienced his 6th imprisonment and was finally released again. This time, his crimes escalated to assault and kidnapping. On June 26th, he attempted to kidnap a 16-year-old paperboy named Stephen. He threatened Stephen with a butcher knife. Fortunately, Stephen managed to escape and report the incident to the police. Several hours later, Hatcher was arrested when the police were investigating a stolen vehicle. This time, Hatcher was sentenced to 5 years in prison under the Habitual Offender Act, with charges of attempted kidnapping and auto theft. While waiting to be transferred to prison, Hatcher once again attempted to escape. However, fate seemed to be against him, and his plan failed once more. Upon entering the Missouri State Penitentiary, he claimed to be the most notorious criminal in northwest Missouri since Jesse James. Jesse James was Hatcher's father. No one knows if Jesse was a source of enduring pain or secret pride to Hatcher. But one thing is certain. He was the primary reason Hatcher embarked on a life of crime. On July 2, 1961, a shocking murder occurred in the Missouri State Penitentiary. A 26-year-old inmate named Jerry Tharrington was found raped and stabbed to death on the floor of the prison kitchen loading dock. First, Hatcher was one of the kitchen workers in the prison. Second, at the time of the murder, Hatcher was the only kitchen worker missing, which made him the prime suspect, and he was almost considered to be involved in the murder. So, the prison staff placed Hatcher in solitary confinement. During his time in solitary confinement, he wrote a note claiming that he needed psychiatric treatment. The prison psychologist did not believe his story and thought it was just a trick he was using to get out of prison early. Despite strong suspicion against him, Hatcher could not be convicted in court due to insufficient evidence. Therefore, he was sent back to the general prison population, and his sentence was reduced to 3/4 of the original time. On August 24, 1963, Hatcher was released from prison again. 6 years later, on August 27, 1969, 12-year-old William disappeared after school. His family and friends searched frantically, but in the end, all they found was tragedy. Hatcher later admitted that he lured William to go with him, took him to a creek, and then brutally strangled him to death. Just 2 days later, 6-year-old Gilbert vanished in San Francisco. According to the little girl he had been playing with, Gilbert followed a man who offered him ice cream. Fortunately, he was discovered by a man walking his dog, who found him being beaten and sexually assaulted. The police quickly arrived on the scene and arrested the attacker. He identified himself as Albert Price, but his identification card bore the name Hobart Prater. Later, it was confirmed by the FBI that both Price and Prater were aliases used by Hatcher. At that time, Hatcher was charged with assault, attempted sodomy, and kidnapping. He was ordered to undergo a competency evaluation to determine whether he was fit to stand trial. However, during the initial evaluation, Hatcher was unusually silent, so the evaluators decided to conduct a comprehensive psychological assessment. During the assessment, Hatcher claimed to hear voices and reported having delusions and suicidal attempts. So the police and the court were unable to proceed with the trial. Over the next 2 years, Hatcher shuttled back and forth between the court and the hospital. During this period, a psychiatrist diagnosed him with a passive-aggressive personality, along with mental disorders of sexual inversion and pedophilia. Hospital staff suspected that Hatcher was fabricating or exaggerating his symptoms of mental illness. So, in January 1971, Hatcher was examined by 2 psychiatrists. The first one declared him mentally deranged and recommended intensive treatment in a secure hospital, while the second one declared him unfit to stand trial and sent him back to the hospital. On May 24, 1971, Hatcher's trial began. Standing in the courtroom, he presented the evaluations from the 2 psychiatrists, claiming that he was mentally deranged and unable to plead guilty. To ensure the accuracy of the evaluations, Hatcher was sent to another hospital for further assessments, where he was once again determined to be unfit to stand trial. On June 2nd, he eluded the supervision of the hospital staff and escaped. A week later, he was arrested in Colusa, California. During this arrest, Hatcher falsely claimed that his name was Richard Lee Grady. After the police exposed his lie, he was sent back to the state hospital in California for another psychiatric evaluation. In April 1972, the staff at the state hospital determined that his treatment had been unsuccessful and that he posed a danger to other patients. So he was transferred to the Prison State Hospital in Vacaville. 4 months later, Hatcher was moved to San Quentin State Prison to stand trial again. He was ordered to undergo 2 psychiatric evaluations. The first confirmed that Hatcher was competent to stand trial, while the second determined that he was sane at the time of the crimes. In January 1973, Hatcher was sent to the California State Hospital as a sexually disordered person. However, despite his current identity as Prater, Hatcher still harbored the desire for freedom. On March 28th, a security guard found Hatcher hiding inside a cooler near the hospital's main courtyard, with 2 sheets stuffed in his pants to help him climb over the barbed wire fence. After being deemed by doctors to still pose a threat to society, Hatcher was once again sent back to court for sentencing. In April, Hatcher was sentenced to 1 year to life and was sent to a medium-security prison in Vacaville. 1 month later, a psychologist found Hatcher to be a manipulative, institutionalized sociopath. As a result, the psychologist recommended transferring him to a maximum security prison. However, upon hearing this news, Hatcher attempted suicide by slashing his wrists. Later, a psychiatrist diagnosed him with paranoid schizophrenia, and he remained at Vacaville. In August 1975, guards reported that his parole review performance was satisfactory, and a year later, the California Parole Board confirmed that his condition had indeed improved significantly. And they set his parole date for December 25, 1978. Due to the passage of a bill that allowed the time served by inmates in both prison and mental hospitals to be credited toward their sentences, he was released to a halfway house in San Francisco on May 20th, 1977. But for Hatcher, new starts mean new crimes. Over the next 3 years, Hatcher, under the alias Richard Clark, continuously committed offenses and was admitted to mental institutions. First time, he was arrested for sexually assaulting a 16-year-old teenager. Second time, he was apprehended for attempting to stab a 7-year-old boy. Third time, he was taken into custody for an attempted assault and sodomy on a 17-year-old teenager. However, before committing these crimes, Hatcher had already committed a murder. On May 26, 1978, 4-year-old Eric vanished in the downtown area of St. Joseph, Missouri. In the end, his body was discovered along the banks of the Missouri River. He had suffered sexual abuse and died from asphyxiation amid extreme agony. The police launched a swift investigation, questioning over 100 potential suspects, including all known individuals with criminal records in the town, but they never found concrete evidence. Among the over 100 potential suspects was a man named Melvin Reynolds. At 25 years old, his intelligence and sexual orientation had been affected by the sexual abuse he endured during childhood. However, these circumstances, along with his homosexual experiences, led the police to suspect that he was the killer. Melvin, with limited intelligence, although uneasy about the investigation, still underwent multiple interrogations over several months, including 2 polygraph tests and 1 hypnotic interrogation. In December 1978, Melvin underwent his first hypnotic interrogation, during which the police administered amibarbital to him. In those days, this drug was referred to by the police as a truth serum, as they believed it could relax and calm a person, thereby eliciting a truthful confession from the suspect. However, in reality, the drug could cause hallucinations and memory impairment, and suggestive questioning by the interrogator could implant false memories in the suspect's mind. During that interrogation, influenced by the drug, Melvin made some ambiguous statements, which further intensified the police's suspicions. 2 months later, the police brought Melvin in for a second round of interrogation, which lasted 14 hours and was filled with promises and threats. Under the immense pressure from the interrogators, Melvin, with his limited intelligence, succumbed and said, "I'll say so if you want me to." In the following weeks, Melvin embellished his confession with details that the police had intentionally or unintentionally provided to him, which was enough to persuade the prosecutor to charge him. In the end, he was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. On July 29, 1982, 11-year-old Michelle went missing, vanishing in the downtown area of St. Joseph, Missouri, just like Eric had. The next day, her uncle found her naked and ravaged body on the banks of the Missouri River. She had been beaten and strangled to death. Meanwhile, Hatcher was arrested by the police while registering at the state hospital in St. Joseph, though details of his arrest were not disclosed. While awaiting trial, Hatcher confessed to 15 additional murders dating back to 1969. He stated that his first victim was 12-year-old William, and to substantiate his claims, Hatcher drew an extremely rudimentary map that guided searchers to the remains of 28-year-old James Churchill, who was buried in Davenport, Iowa. And then, he admitted to the murder of Eric, leading to the release of Melvin from prison. Although Hatcher confessed to multiple murders, he was only charged with 2 counts of murder, those of Michelle and Eric. In October 1983, he was convicted of Eric's murder and sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum of 50 years before parole eligibility. In 1984, he was convicted a second time in Missouri for the murder of Michelle. He requested the death penalty, but the jury refused and recommended a life sentence on December 3rd. 4 days later, the notorious Hatcher was found dead in his solitary confinement cell at Missouri State Penitentiary. Although his hanging was ruled a suicide, some inmates called into a local radio talk show to insist that Hatcher had been murdered. December 7th, 1984, Hatcher's death day. His life was filled with lies, deceit, and sin. It was a journey steeped in darkness and tragedy. Hatcher's actions not only brought pain to countless families, but also mired him in a quagmire of evil from which he could not extricate himself. Each of his arrests and releases seemed like a last chance granted by fate, yet he never managed to seize them. Before starting this video, what kind of person do you think will report the location of the victim's body to the police after committing murder? Sacramento, located in Central California, near the confluence of the Sacramento River and the American River. It is the state capital with a strong police force and public security system, but also has a disturbing dark side. Several notorious serial killers have inflicted endless fear and suffering upon the residents of this city. The Golden State Killer Joseph targeted couples in his crimes, deriving twisted pleasure from sexual assault and murder. His modus operandi was extremely brutal. He would tie up the male in the bedroom and then take the female to another room to assault her sexually. During that time, the male could only endure extreme mental torment, while the female suffered abuse. Even those who were not killed by him also had their spirits shattered. The vampire of Sacramento, Richard Chase, his crimes were more terrible, and what he did was the most primitive horror. After killing people, Richard would drink their blood, eat their internal organs. Police even found human tissues and brains in his refrigerator. However, in addition to Joseph and Richard, Sacramento also had another lesser-known serial killer. He was called the Sacramento Slayer, active between 1986 and 1987, and brutally murdered 7 local women. This man was Morris Solomon Jr., a man from Albany, Georgia. Just like the question at the beginning of the video, for some unknown reason, he suddenly reported to the police the location where he had hidden the body of his victim. On June 18, 1986, Sacramento police received a disturbing call. Someone said that he had smelled the odor of decaying corpse. The person who reported the body was Morris, a handyman who worked near Oak Park. He claimed in the call, while repairing a house, he had smelled a nauseating odor, and as a Vietnam War veteran, he was certain that it was the smell of decaying corpse. However, when the police arrived at the scene, they found the situation to be far more complicated than what Morris had described. The victim was a sex worker named Johnson, who was also a drug user. Her body was tightly bound with ropes, half naked, grotesquely lying in a cupboard. Just 1 month later, on July 20th, another female body was discovered. This time, the corpse was found near a collapsed house. The victim was a 25-year-old woman named Angela, who was also a sex worker and drug user. Her body was bound and wrapped in bedding, clearly having been deliberately concealed. As investigations and confirmations progressed, the police found that both victims seemed to have some connection with Morris, who had reported the discovery of Johnson's body. Her time of death was just a few days before Morris made the report, during which time Morris had been conducting repair work in that house. Although Angela's case initially appeared unrelated to Morris, subsequent investigations revealed that he had once lived in that house. Eliminating all possibilities of coincidence, some police officers believed that Morris might have reported the location of Johnson's body in an attempt to mislead the police, making them think he was a concerned citizen rather than a killer. Given these suspicions, police brought Morris to the interrogation room, and there, his behavior seemed to confirm their suspicions. Firstly, Morris was unable to accurately provide his own identity information, and his statements were riddled with contradictions. However, despite some police officers being convinced that Morris was the killer, without solid evidence, they could not detain or arrest him. They could only take Morris's fingerprints and blood samples. In early 1987, Sacramento was home to 2 serial killers. One of them was Dorothea, who ran a boarding house, specifically catering to the elderly, frail, drug and alcohol addicts, and those with mental health issues who were homeless. These unfortunate individuals became her victims, and their remains were buried in her backyard. Moreover, the reason Morris's serial murders did not attract much attention was that a year after his arrest, Dorothea was also apprehended by the police. As one of the most notorious female serial killers in American history, second only to Eileen, the sensational nature of her case completely overshadowed the serial murders committed by Morris. The other serial killer was Morris, whose crimes had yet to be discovered by the police. On March 19th, in the basement of a house near Oak Park in Sacramento, a female body wrapped in a bedsheet was discovered. Upon identification, the victim was a woman named Maria, who was also a sex worker and drug user. At this point, the police had already realized that a serial killer was active near Oak Park in Sacramento. The 3 victims shared some disturbing similarities. They were all sex workers and drug users, had been bound in a similar manner, and their remains were found partially naked. These details led the police to conclude that there was only one killer behind these cases. After Maria's body was found, the police once again brought Morris to the interrogation room. There, the man provided some false statements, but his lies were quickly refuted by the police. Eventually, Morris admitted that he had given vague information about his identity because he had 4 outstanding arrest warrants, so he chose to lie in an attempt to evade the police investigation. In reality, since the discovery of the first victim, despite the police's extreme suspicion of Morris, he had cooperated with them. On April 20th of the same year, he agreed to let police search his abandoned car in the area where he lived. But when the police arrived at the scene, they immediately noticed a distinct depression in the soil near the abandoned car, so they grabbed a few shovels and began to dig. As time went on, their efforts were rewarded with a shocking discovery. They found the body of 26-year-old Washington. Unlike the previous victims, she was the only one woman without a prostitution record. Her body was also half-naked and tightly bound with ropes. 2 days later, the police discovered 2 more victims behind an aging shack associated with Morris. Linda, 24-year-old, Sheila, 17-year-old, had been dead for about a year. In the following days, the police also found Sharon's body near the burial site of Maria. At that time, there was no direct evidence proving that Morris was the killer. There were no fingerprints or DNA traces. The police and prosecution mainly based their charges on 2 points. First, almost all the victims were found near places where Morris had lived. And some sex workers and other witnesses testified that Morris was the last person the victims had contact with before their deaths. During the trial, Morris's defense attorneys proposed an extensive plan for mitigation of punishment. Over the course of 7 days, they found 18 witnesses to testify, attempting to reveal the complex psychology behind Morris's crimes. Their strategy was to attribute Morris's actions to the abuse he suffered in his childhood, his service in Vietnam, and the effects of cocaine use. 2 forensic clinical psychologists testified that the abuse Morris endured in his childhood led to mental, emotional, and behavioral issues in his adulthood, which had an undeniable connection to his crimes. Despite the efforts of the defense attorneys which led to the dismissal of the murder charge against Morris in the Angela case, he was still convicted of 6 counts of murder and sentenced to death. Later, although his death penalty trial was declared a mistrial, in July 1992, the second jury unanimously voted to sentence Morris to death again. When the details of the case were made public, some of Morris's surviving victims came forward and bravely shared their experiences, allowing people to better understand the brutality of this serial killer. 18-year-old Mary testified that she was stabbed with a knife by Morris on September 19, 1969. Dale testified that Morris kicked her in the face on May 17, 1971. Connie described the nightmare of October 18, 1975, when Morris put a chain around her neck, choked her, assaulted and raped her, and urinated on her face. In addition to these cases, Morris was convicted of felony assault and false imprisonment in 1977. He was also charged with the murder of a masseuse, but was acquitted due to the absence of the prosecution's witness. In 1984, Morris was sentenced in Arizona for 3 counts of grand theft. Ultimately, Morris became the 342nd person sentenced to death in the state and was incarcerated on death row at San Quentin Prison. On July 15, 2010, the California Supreme Court reaffirmed his conviction once again. Only a few people knew that Morris was not only a convicted criminal with a history of sexual assault and brutality, but also had been institutionalized in a state mental hospital, where he was diagnosed as a criminally insane individual. As Morris's defense attorneys argued, Morris's story is one filled with pain and darkness, with his life trajectory largely overshadowed by the shadows of his childhood. On March 15, 1944, Morris was born in a remote rural area of Georgia, where he also spent his childhood. His grandmother, Bertha, took on the responsibility of raising him, but unfortunately, her parenting was characterized by violence. As a child, Morris would often wet the bed, which should have been a normal occurrence for any child, but Bertha used it as an excuse to abuse him. She would place the young Morris across her lap and mercilessly raise her hand, striking him over and over again. Sometimes, a mispronunciation on his part would also become a reason for Bertha to vent her anger. Even Morris's instinctive crying during the abuse was seen by Bertha as a provocation, which only led her to become more violent. Bertha's methods of abuse were cruel and varied. She would order Morris to strip naked, stand on a stool, and then take a wire and lash out at his exposed body, focusing particularly on his genital. Sometimes, Bertha's violent outbursts were without any reason. She would suddenly fly into a rage, tie Morris's hands to the bedpost to prevent him from retreating during the beating. During the first 13 years of Morris's life, he had very little contact with his parents. They seemed like distant strangers, their figures blurred in his memory. It wasn't until the day when Bertha and the family moved to Ileton, a small farming town 40 miles south of Sacramento, that Morris finally reunited with his parents. However, this so-called reunion brought Morris no warmth, but instead plunged him into an even more chaotic and painful world. In Ileton, there was an area known as Cannery Row and Tin Pan Alley. It was impoverished and dilapidated, with run-down houses lining the streets. Morris's family was one of the few African-American families in this small town, and they lived in that very place. In there, Morris witnessed his parents' mutual verbal abuse, physical fights, and even incidents of sexual violence. His mother and grandmother would also beat and berate him in public, with no regard for his feelings. Some relatives described Morris's mother as a promiscuous woman who was aggressive and lacked empathy, and who engaged with different men as a sex worker. Despite the difficult environment in which he grew up, Morris still tried to move forward. After graduating from high school, he entered a community college and attempted various jobs, including carpentry, auto repair, and bus driving. Later, he enlisted in the military. Starting in the summer of 1966, he served in Vietnam for a year during the Vietnam War. In the summer of 1967, he was discharged as a sergeant and returned to Ileton. During this time, Morris had become engaged to a girl he had met before going to Vietnam, but for some reason, the girl broke off the engagement. Later, Morris moved to the San Francisco Bay Area, where he got married and had a daughter. However, due to the impact of both his family life and the war, his mental state became very unstable. After committing some minor offenses, his wife divorced him and took their daughter away. In the end, Morris moved back to Sacramento. There, he found work as a handyman, repairing old houses in exchange for free room and board, and began his career as a killer. In Morris's previous appeal, his lawyers mentioned his experience in Vietnam. They said that during those chaotic times, soldiers could cheaply hook up with Vietnamese women anywhere, even in the battle zone. These young women were also victims of the war. They were treated as objects and toys by soldiers. Like many other soldiers, Morris slowly lost his way in that environment. On August 1st, 2024, at the California Healthcare Facility in Stockton, California, Morris was declared dead. But his death was not a simple natural demise, but rather concealed some inside story. According to insiders from the institution, a death row inmate, William Ramos, had struck Morris on the head with a metal object, causing him to die from blunt force trauma to the back of his head. William, 72 years old, had been sentenced to death for the murder of 3 women. An email revealed more of the inside story, including that on June 26th, Morris had a physical altercation with William and was sent to an external medical facility for emergency care. Morris returned to prison on July 29th and was declared dead on August 1st. Miami is one of Florida's major cities, and it has a thriving economy that attracts people from neighboring countries like Cuba and Colombia to try to illegally enter Miami in pursuit of the American dream. However, the arrival of these immigrants has brought some serious problems that cannot be ignored. For instance, violent crime, sex industry, and drug trafficking. Among these problems, sex workers are particularly vulnerable. To make a living, they must entertain numerous clients and endure physical exhaustion and pain. This harsh reality often leads some to drug addiction, which in turn makes them easy prey for serial killers. On September 17, 1994, in the area around Flagami, Miami, a man's body was found in a dimly lit alley. He was dressed in revealing clothing, with heavy makeup on his face and obvious strangulation marks on his neck. Miami police quickly transported the body to the forensic office and began questioning nearby sex workers, trying to identify the victim. Obviously, the revealing clothes and heavy makeup made the police come to the initial conclusion that the victim was a sex worker. After a series of investigations and verifications, the victim's identity was eventually confirmed as Lazaro, a 27-year-old man who used to be a hairdresser. Lazaro harbored a secret deep inside. He believed he was a woman, so he always dressed in women's clothing and asked people to call him Vanessa or Jessica. However, this psychological struggle left Lazaro on the fringes of society. Eventually, due to financial difficulties, Lazaro fell from being a hairdresser to becoming a transgender sex worker, living in a cheap motel room. And the night before his death, Lazaro was still soliciting clients on the street, but no one knows who was his last client. In order to find clues, police went to the motel, and in the room they found some drugs and syringes. In those days, the death of a drug-using sex worker would hardly attract people's attention. Police also would not invest much effort, because no one knew whether his death was related to the drugs. 3 weeks later, on October 8th, another death occurred. Elisa, 44-year-old drug-using sex worker, was found dead. Although her body was found near Florida International University, her death did not receive the attention it deserved. In this area filled with cheap motels, adult stores, and strip clubs, her death was just one of many tragedies. The deaths of the two victims did not attract much people's attention until November 20th, when another naked female body was found on a path in West Dade. The victim was 23-year-old Nava. This case drew high attention from the police and the media because the killer left some sarcastic messages on the victim's back and buttocks. He wrote, "Third, see if you can catch me." The killer did not use the word see, but replaced it with two eye symbols. Obviously, the words reminded the police that Nava was not the only victim. The previous victims were also the killer's prey. Therefore, the police took swift action, trying to find clues from the messages left by the killer. However, the killer seemed to always be one step ahead. 5 days later, on November 25th, another murder occurred. The body of 38-year-old Wanda was found in the parking lot of an apartment building. Unlike the previous victims, Wanda died of suffocation instead of strangulation. Due to the different method of killing, the police initially excluded this murder from the series of serial killings. The Flagami area, Florida International University, West Dade, and the location of Wanda's death. Although the crime scenes of the four victims were not in the same place, a trail connects them all together. Tamiami Trail. Apparently, the killer's active area was around this trail. Although the police had not yet disclosed the existence of a serial killer to the public, residents living in this area had already begun to panic. Wanda's death made them realize that the area was no longer safe. As a result, many residents who worked in the area moved away, fearing that they might become the next victims. On December 19th, the police finally admitted that there was a serial killer on Tamiami Trail, because on this day, another female body was found in a residential area near Tamiami Trail. The victim was 28-year-old Schneider, a homeless person who had been arrested several times for prostitution. Based on the victim's identity and the location where the body was dumped, the police concluded that since September 17th, an unknown serial killer had been committing crimes near the Tamiami Trail, targeting street sex workers. Miami police also set up a temporary command post there to investigate the murder and named the serial killer the Tamiami Trail Strangler. On January 12, 1995, the police found the last victim near the Tamiami Trail. Rhonda, a 21-year-old sex worker, was the victim. In reality, after realizing that the killer specifically targeted sex workers, police had warned the sex workers in the area to stay away from this chaotic region, especially for Rhonda. Just 1 week before she was murdered, a police officer had told her not to continue soliciting clients in there. At the press conference announcing the victim's identity, a senior police officer said that the killer was desperate for attention, but he hadn't received the attention he needed recently. So he tried to attract everyone's attention and prove his existence through this brutal murder. Later, he added, according to the psychological profile of the killer established by the FBI, they describe the attacker as neat-minded, with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, conflict-avoidant, and likely to have a regular job. This means that after the crime he might be exhausted or behave abnormally, and you will find changes in his living habits. He will no longer be the same person. His colleagues, or perhaps important partners in his life, will notice the changes, and this is the kind of clue we hope to receive. This serial murder case also triggered the largest manhunt in the history of Miami-Dade County. During the investigation, more than 100 investigators and FBI profilers worked around the clock, following up on as many as 5,000 leads. at a cost of nearly $2 million. However, despite investigating over 1,000 potential suspects, no meaningful results were produced. Nevertheless, police did not give up. They continued to patrol near the Tamiami Trail, and at the same time, through community activities, they called on the public to provide any possible clues. On June 19, 1995, residents of the Trail Highlands Garden Apartments reported to the police that they had heard strange noises coming from their neighbor Rory's apartment. Before long, the police, having received the report, arrived at the scene. Rory was not at home, so they directly broke into the apartment and found a naked, bound woman. She was 30-year-old Gloria. Upon seeing the police, Gloria cried and explained that while soliciting clients, she had encountered Rory. He had paid her and requested that she provide sexual services at his home. However, after the service was over, he had immediately strangled her. Fearing for her life, Gloria pretended to be dead in order to survive. Fortunately, she successfully deceived Rory. Meanwhile, Rory, the owner of the apartment, had just finished a court hearing for a robbery charge unrelated to the case. As he approached his apartment, he noticed that it was surrounded by police. So, he pretended that nothing had happened and left, but his escape could not dispel the police's suspicion. He had become a major suspect. Gloria, a sex worker, being bound, all pointed to the fact that Rory was very likely the Tamiami Trail strangler. 5 days later, Rory was arrested at his grandmother's house in Hialeah. Police officers also obtained a search warrant to search Rory's apartment and his car. Ultimately, DNA samples linked Rory to 5 of the 6 victims. When the police brought Rory to the interrogation room, Rory appeared unusually calm. Faced with the police's questioning, he voluntarily confessed to his crimes, saying that he was the serial killer who had been committing crimes near the Tamiami Trail. Rory said, "I killed these women because my wife left me. I lost her, so I needed to find a way to fill the emptiness inside." In subsequent interviews, Rory even claimed that he had engaged in sexual intercourse with the corpse of one of the victims. The arrest also shocked Rory's neighbors and friends. In their eyes, Rory was a quiet, normal, and family-loving man. Although he seemed to become more reticent after his wife left him, no one ever thought that he was a serial killer. One neighbor recalled, "We thought he was just going through a tough time." However, the police found a chilling fact from the behavior of Rory's friends and neighbors. It turned out that Rory was able to escape the police for so long because his friends and neighbors had seen him behave strangely many times, but never reported it to the police. Once, the neighbors saw Rory stealthily peering into a young woman's bedroom in the early morning hours. On another occasion, the neighbors saw he dragged a suitcase containing unknown contents to his car in the night. What's more shocking is that during a discussion with colleagues about the ongoing manhunt, Rory referred to the killer as a smart person the police would never catch, and no one doubted Rory's words. Later, Rory was charged with 6 counts of murder, 2 counts of rape, and 1 count of theft. Before his trial, a Spanish-language newspaper obtained court records of Rory's confession. The records revealed that he had talked to the victims' corpses and blamed them for the misfortunes in his life. Several lawyers later said that because of Rory's confession and too much evidence against him, they tried to make Rory's confession inadmissible in court on the grounds that the police had not fully informed Rory of his right to hire lawyers. However, the prosecutors pointed out that the police had treated Rory well on several occasions, even allowing him to call his family and giving him bathroom privileges before he decided to plead guilty. In October 1999, Rory went on trial for the murder of Rhonda. Due to the complexity and severity of the case, he had to be tried separately for each murder, and the first trial was for Rhonda's murder. The violent and brutal way Rhonda was killed drew great people attention. When Rory remained silent, the judge read that the autopsy showed Rhonda's body had 30 neck fractures. In the end, Rory was found guilty of murdering Rhonda and was sentenced to death. In 2001, as part of a plea agreement, Rory admitted to the remaining 5 murders. In exchange, he was sentenced to 5 life terms without the possibility of parole, and was prohibited from trying to overturn the sentences. Rory said that he killed these women because his wife had left him. His words seemed as if he was the real victim. However, such words only made people more convinced that his words were full of lies. But to fully understand Rory's behavior, one needs to go back to his past. June 14, 1965. the day he was born. He was born in Barranquilla, Colombia, and his life was filled with hardships from the moment he was born. When Rory was only 6 months old, his mother passed away from tetanus, leaving him and his sister to be raised by their grandmother, Maria. At the age of 12, Rory's life took a turn when he and his sister moved to Miami to live with their father. At that time, his father was an airline employee who had recently remarried, and the relationship between Rory and his father was not harmonious. Rory felt that his father was extremely emotionally distant and even abusive towards him, while his father believed that his son was just introverted and too lonely. It is said that Rory was sexually abused by 2 of his uncles, which led to severe depression, post-traumatic stress, and issues with low self-esteem. Rory's future wife, Carla, thought that Rory's angry outbursts might be the result of sexual abuse by his father, but these claims were never verified. Rory and Carla's love story began in 1985. At the time, 20-year-old Rory met 15-year-old Carla through a friend party. 2 years later, they got married and eventually had 2 children, a boy and a girl. Although many neighbors thought Rory was a friendly and helpful person, the arguments between Rory and Carla were already an open secret, as they often escalated into violent conflicts. Once, when Carla was pregnant, Rory drove her out of the apartment naked. In 1989, the couple moved into their own apartment, after which Rory's abusive behavior became more frequent. He repeatedly punched, kicked, and choked Carla, threatened her, and even pointed a gun at her. One evening in 1991, Carla came home early from work. While cleaning the apartment, she found a videotape in the VCR. Out of curiosity, she played it and was shocked to see another woman wearing her lingerie, masturbating in bed. When Carla confronted Rory about it, he not only failed to provide a reasonable explanation, but also attacked her. Over the next 3 years, Rory and Carla went through multiple breakups and reconciliations. Gradually, Rory stopped having sexual relations with Carla and began to leave home frequently, claiming he was going fishing in the Florida Keys. However, that was not the case. In mid-1993, Carla decided to follow Rory after work and saw that Rory was actually peeping into the bedrooms of young women, watching them and masturbate. In early 1994, Rory became a salesman for building supplies. His colleagues at the company had a fairly positive opinion of him, describing him as helpful and outgoing. However, they were unaware of his violent behavior towards Carla and his frequent peeping at young women. Around July of that year, Carla finally made up her mind to leave Rory and took their 2 children with her. In a fit of anger, Rory threatened her, saying that if she dared to date another man, he would kill her. A month later, Rory tried to force Carla to come back to him, but she firmly refused and made it clear that she wanted a divorce. As a result, Rory's mental state deteriorated completely. A month later, he went to the red light district, looking for a sex worker to satisfy his physical needs. However, the sex worker he found was Lazaro, a man disguised as a woman. He paid for sexual services, but during the encounter, he discovered that Lazaro was a man. Driven by some kind of rage, Rory strangled Lazaro and killed him. According to Rory's confession, after killing Lazaro, he knelt on his body for 10 minutes, blaming Lazaro for making him lose his wife and children. In 1995, a few months after Rory's arrest, sex workers on the streets of Miami were once again plunged into a shadow of terror. A new demon had extended its evil claws towards these people who were struggling to survive on the fringes of society. In August, the body of the first victim was found in the Alapata neighborhood of Miami. The victim was 43-year-old Vita from North Carolina. During an interview, a police officer claimed that the Alapata neighborhood was known for drug users, and he believed that Vita might have chosen to set herself on fire after having hallucinations from drug use. However, the forensics report showed that Vita had suffered blunt force trauma to the head, which clearly indicated that Vita was not a suicide but had been brutally murdered. 2 months later, the police found another body just 100 yards from where Vita had been discovered. The second victim was 44-year-old Diane, a drug user who had been wandering the streets for 15 years. Her body also bore signs of having been bludgeoned with a blunt object and then set on fire. Initially, her identity could not be determined due to the damage caused by the fire. It was only after the forensic used dental records and licenses that her identity was finally confirmed. 3 months later, on January 25, 1996, the body of 37-year-old Cheryl was found in the Old City Cemetery in Miami. Her body had suffered severe blunt force trauma, and there were obvious signs of burns. Shortly after, the police received a report of another body found in an abandoned gas station. Like Vita, Diane, and Cheryl, this victim was also found half naked, with signs of blunt force trauma to the head and burns on the body. The victim was identified as 37-year-old Janice, a woman with mental issues and a drug addiction. Notably, investigators found a set of male footprints near the scene of Janice's death. All the victims had similar lifestyles: prostitution, drug addiction, and homelessness. The similarities in these cases led the police to realize that a serial killer might be active in the Allapattah neighborhood and the surrounding streets. After Cheryl's body was discovered, the local police department established a special task force dedicated to investigating these cases. They deployed 100 investigators, conducted extensive inquiries among local sex workers and drug users, involving approximately 500 individuals. They also collected 10,000 pages of suspect information, most of which turned out to be false. However, based on the leads they gathered, they created a composite sketch of a person nicknamed Fear, whom they believed to be the suspect. One police officer stated that a witness had seen him with the body shortly after the third victim's body was discovered. He believed that this person nicknamed Fear could also be a witness, but he added, "We don't know if he's a suspect in the killings or a witness to the killings. All we know is that we need to talk to him." On one afternoon, a woman flagged down a patrol car on the street. She told the police officers that a man had tried to lure her closer and wanted to attack her with a blunt object. Fortunately, she managed to escape before the attacker could strike. The officers comforted her, encouraging her to go about her life and reminding her to call the police immediately if she saw the man again. At that time, no one could have thought that the woman had helped the police arrest the murderer. Not long after, the woman found the man who was trying to attack her. She waved to the patrol car without hesitation and pointed at the man. The police officers responded quickly. They immediately stopped a middle-aged bald man riding a bicycle, and his name was Francisco. After a preliminary examination, the two police officers realized that they might really have caught the culprit. There was a container full of gasoline and matches in the bag on the back seat of Francisco's bicycle. When asked why he was carrying gasoline, Francisco tried to explain, "Oh, my bicycle chain occasionally falls off. When I repair it, my hands get covered in grease. So I need gasoline to clean the grease off my hands." However, this excuse was clearly unconvincing. Because the police had already documented the footprints left by the murderer, they asked to inspect the soles of Francisco's shoes. After a careful comparison, they found that Francisco's footprints matched the murderer's exactly, and then he was taken to the Miami Downtown Police Department for further interrogation. In the interrogation room, a police officer observed that Francisco showed hardly a trace of remorse in his demeanor. He appeared cunning and methodical, as if every move he made was carefully planned. When the police asked him about his thoughts on the murders of women who were beaten to death and then burned, Francisco merely downplayed it, saying that the murders were indeed terrible. The first interrogation mainly focused on Francisco's childhood in Cuba and his personal preferences. From his account of his childhood, the police learned that his comfort zone was the beach. To understand his psychological state, the police took him to the beach on Biscayne Bay. There, the police and Francisco were drinking coffee from Cuba and looking at the sea, and then Francisco admitted that he was the killer of the 4 victims. On August 3, 1957, Francisco was born in Cuba. He was the first child in a family that had long been plagued by mental illness. From a young age, he was ostracized and avoided by his peers, with loneliness and helplessness accompanying his growth. His father was mostly away working, and when he came home, he would abuse him. In such a family environment, the only place where Francisco felt safe was on the Cuban beach with his mother. And in reality, from the age of 3, Francisco began taking anti-epileptic drugs. By the age of 16, he started experiencing auditory and visual hallucinations. Hallucinations that led him to firmly believe that everyone around him was somehow hurting him. Francisco told the police that he heard the voice of Santeria, the voice of a religious witch. The witch had black facial paint, which also explained why his victims were all black women. After admitting to being the murderer, the police took Francisco to the crime scenes. There, he meticulously reenacted each crime, providing details that only the murderer would know. In May 2003, a court hearing was held for Francisco's case. The court ruled that due to his severe mental illness, they could not sentence him to death for the 4 murders. In the end, Francisco was sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole. Looking at the criminal history of the world, victims of murders and serial murders have shown some highly concentrated identity characteristics. For example, historically the most frequently persecuted groups, sex workers and the homeless, their low social visibility and weak ability to protect themselves mean that their disappearances will not attract much attention. In other words, killing them poses almost no risk. Next in line are young girls who have little social experience and are easily lured by strangers. Even when girls go missing, it rarely draws attention. For the police, the girls might be runaways or eloped with someone. Hikers are also one of the targets of serial killers and violent criminals. They often venture into remote forests and mountainous areas where even if they encounter danger, it will not be noticed by others. By the time their families realize something is wrong, what the search dogs bring back are often lifeless remains. David Joseph Carpenter, one of the most notorious serial killers in American history. In just 3 short years, he killed at least 7 young women who were hiking. But the crimes committed by this monster throughout his long life were not limited to these. In his youth, he committed multiple cases of rape and assault. And in order to attract attention, while Joseph was in prison, he even claimed to be the Zodiac Killer. On May 6, 1930, with a cry from the delivery room of a hospital in San Francisco, Joseph came into this world. Unfortunately, his father, Elwood, was a hot-tempered man with a fondness for alcohol, while his mother, Frances, had a strong personality and tended to be rather domineering. Clearly, growing up in such a family, Joseph's childhood was filled with nothing but pain and no happiness. Why life had become so bad? At first, neither Elwood nor Frances had a clear answer. They could only complain about the unfairness of life and society. However, with Joseph's arrival, the otherwise ordinary couple realized that they could so completely dominate another life. At the age of 3, Joseph wet the bed, which was his first bedwetting incident. However, Frances dragged him to the backyard, forcibly placed the bedsheet over his head, and poured the remaining soapy water onto his head. From the age of 4, Joseph was forbidden to speak with children his own age. On one occasion, after Joseph was caught playing outside with a neighbor's child, he was locked in a pitch-black room by his parents. There, no windows, only darkness. The boy had a stutter due to fear and panic. In order to draw everyone's attention, Frances also forced Joseph to learn the violin and ballet. She would take up a stick and abuse Joseph whenever he made a mistake. As time went on, Joseph attended Glen Park Elementary School, where his classmates mimicked his stutter. Hearing this, young Joseph would furiously lunge at them, only to be pushed down into the trash can by several of them together. Because of this incident, teachers invited Frances to the school and explained the situation to her. They suggested that Frances enroll Joseph in speech therapy to treat his stutter. However, as a mother, Frances flatly refused the teacher's suggestion. At the age of 10, Joseph was accused of biting a playmate. When he returned home, the hot-tempered Elwood took a belt and began to beat Joseph. A few days later, when Joseph returned to school, his arms and ankles, which were not covered by clothing, were covered in severe bruises. Having endured countless abuses, Joseph's character became reclusive and violent. He began to abuse animals, venting his anger on the defenseless little creatures. Later, Joseph, then 15 years old and attending Balboa High School, stood in the hallway and dragged a female classmate down the stairs by her ankles. In light of this assault, school administrators expelled Joseph on grounds of violent tendencies. But the moment he heard the girl scream, Joseph experienced a peculiar psychological shift. A psychologist later wrote that sexual rage fused with the trauma of early abuse and humiliation, successfully molding Joseph into a dangerous man. After being expelled from school, Joseph turned his attention to more vulnerable children. He committed sexual assault, a crime involving the use of sexual innuendo or physical violation to arouse or satisfy sexual desire, with his 2 cousins among the victims. At the age of 17, Joseph was arrested by the police for the first time. He was suspected of sexually assaulting a 3-year-old girl. Initially, He was detained in the holding room of the California Youth Authority. However, due to mental health issues, he was transferred to Napa State Hospital. In a yellowed probation report, when questioned by the probation officer, Francis impatiently said, as soon as he was able to walk, he was getting into trouble. In 1950, Joseph, 20-year-old, was accused of raping a 17-year-old girl. In court, the girl cried hoarsely when she testified. However, Joseph was not guilty. In the mid-1950s, Joseph became a fisherman on a storage ship. Around the same time, he married Ellen, a girl who likes to chat on the balcony, married a stuttering husband. In the next 5 years, they raised 3 children. During this time, Joseph resigned from his job as a fisherman and found employment at a post office in San Francisco. And it was there that he met Lois, a 32-year-old woman, the future mother of television personality Lisa. On July 11th, 1960, Joseph, dressed in his postal uniform, had no letters in his canvas bag, only a knife and a hammer. At that time, he lured Lois to a grove of trees. There, Joseph first stabbed Lois' hand with the knife. As Lois fell to the ground in a panic, Joseph swung the hammer and smashed it into her. Fortunately, an officer was nearby and witnessed Joseph's assault. To prevent Joseph from further harming Lois, he fired and wounded Joseph. Later, Lois survived and, in great confusion, told the prosecutor that Joseph, who usually stuttered, did not stutter at all when he attacked her. Additionally, Lisa was born 3 years after the assault. Meanwhile, Joseph was taken to the interrogation room. When asked why he had attacked Lois, he said that he had seen a movie, Psycho, and then he dreamed of his mother standing at the bathroom door with a hammer in her hand. So, he wanted to try that feeling. In the end, Joseph was convicted of assault with a deadly weapon. He pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 14 years in prison. In his first year in prison, Joseph divorced Ellen. During his imprisonment, the man behaved well and even obtained a high school diploma. Because of this good behavior, Joseph was released from prison in 1969. Additionally, he married his second wife, a woman named Helen, who was also a poor woman. This is because, after marrying her, Joseph began his crazy sexual assaults. In 1970, Joseph went on a crime spree in the San Francisco Bay Area. The first incident occurred when Joseph deliberately rear-ended a young girl's car. After the violent collision, the girl got out of her car to check the damage and talk to Joseph. However, Joseph pushed her to the ground and sexually assaulted her. And then, Joseph took a shovel from the trunk of his car, stabbed the girl, and quickly drove away from the scene. Days later, a 19-year-old girl was hiking in Boulder Creek when Joseph attacked and sexually assaulted her with a hunting knife. On February 3rd, Joseph forcibly entered the home of 45-year-old Lucille. There, he tied her wrists, demanded her car keys, and sexually assaulted her. With her car keys in hand, Joseph drove to Angel's Camp. Along the way, he flagged down another vehicle carrying a 21-year-old young mother and her son. He first sexually assaulted her and then forced her to drive him to Oakdale. Upon arrival, Joseph ordered the mother and child out of the car and drove away alone. In the early hours of February 4th, an investigator named James arrested Joseph. With Helen's permission, James searched their car and found the hunting knife used in the second assault. Meanwhile, the real Zodiac killer was sending ciphered letters from San Francisco, and the media was frantically searching for information about this serial killer. However, in order to draw everyone's attention, Joseph, while in prison, claimed to the inmates that he was the Zodiac killer. Initially, the police mistakenly believed that Joseph was the Zodiac killer, but as the investigation progressed, they discovered that when the Zodiac killer had committed 3 murders previously, Joseph had still been in prison. Thus, Joseph's suspicion was ruled out, and the media also abandoned their focus on him. However, losing people's attention was also one of the reasons why Joseph became a serial killer. In the late night of April 26th, Joseph, together with 5 other inmates, pried open the iron window of their cell and escaped from the Calaveras County Jail. 2 weeks later, Joseph was captured. At the sentencing hearing, due to a plea bargain, he was only convicted of theft and kidnapping. In addition, the psychiatrist concluded that the prisoner suffered from antisocial personality disorder, was good at manipulation and lying, and lacked remorse. At the same time, he also warned that since the age of 8, whenever Joseph was under significant stress, he would commit sexual offenses. The only way he could think clearly was by sexually assaulting women. On August 20th, 1979, Etta, aged 44, was found dead on a hiking trail in Mount Tamalpais. Etta was a bank clerk in Mill Valley and an experienced hiker. The day before her body was discovered, her husband had seen her alive. At the crime scene, Etta was found naked with a gunshot wound to the head. Coincidentally, a few days before the crime, a special pistol had been reported missing, and the owner was an acquaintance of Joseph. The gun was never recovered, and this clue made Joseph the prime suspect in Etta's murder case. However, there was no evidence to prove that Joseph was the killer. 2 months later, Joseph killed 23-year-old Mary in Montana. On October 21st, Mary was jogging on a path when Joseph dragged her into the bushes in an attempt to assault her. During the struggle, Mary fought back fiercely and twisted Joseph's thumb. In a fit of rage, Joseph stabbed her more than 20 times in the back, throat, chest, and abdomen, with the neck wound being so deep that it almost decapitated her. Nearby residents heard Mary's long and piercing screams, but they assumed that a patrol car would handle it, and no one attempted to save Mary or call the police. Soon after, Joseph went to the emergency room, lying that his thumb had been bitten by a dog. At 4:30 in the afternoon, several hitchhikers followed the bloodstains on the path, found Mary's body. On March 8, 1980, 23-year-old Barbara was stabbed to death on a secluded trail in Mount Tamalpais. A few days later, her body was found in the bush, curled up like a fetus. After the crime, the sheriff of Marin County publicly urged women never to hike alone. The officers also found a pair of glasses nearby, similar in style to those worn by Joseph, but the police failed to connect this clue to Joseph. In the fall of the same year, Joseph falsely claimed that he wanted to join the mafia and asked his former prison book club friend Molly to buy him a revolver priced at $230 in San Leandro. At first, Molly was extremely hesitant, but Joseph promised that if anything happened and the police found her, she could just tell them that the gun had been stolen. So, Molly bought the revolver and handed it over to Joseph on October 2nd. 9 days later, a new murder occurred. On October 11th, 19-year-old Richard from Sonoma County and his 18-year-old fiancée Cynthia were strolling along the Skyline Trail at Point Reyes National Seashore's Sky Camp. Joseph used the revolver bought by Molly to force the couple to kneel and then shot each of them execution style before leaving the scene. With no news for several days, Cynthia's parents and the Coast Guard, where Richard was serving, filed missing person reports. However, someone claimed to have seen Cynthia 3 days after she went missing, leading the police to mistakenly believe that Richard and Cynthia had eloped. It wasn't until Richard and Cynthia's 1974 Toyota Corolla was found by the police in the parking lot at the start of the Reyes Trail that the rumor of their elopement was debunked. 3 days later, on the afternoon of October 14th, Joseph wandered into Mount Tamalpais State Park. At that time, 26-year-old Annie was cycling alone. She had just returned to the San Francisco Bay Area a few months ago. There, Joseph dragged her into the woods, raped, and shot her. The next day, Annie's father, a respected doctor in San Rafael, reported her missing. Later, the search team found her body about a quarter of a mile east of the amphitheater. A month and a half later, on November 28th, 22-year-old Diane, a graduate of Cornell University, disappeared while hiking at Point Reyes National Seashore. The next day, she was found naked, dead from a gunshot wound. In the same area, the police also found 23-year-old Shauna, a native of Pullman, Washington. She had also been shot dead on the same day as Diane. A few days later, the remains of Richard and Cynthia were discovered as well. A week after Diane's murder, the police identified a local fugitive, Mark, as a suspect. He was a former rock singer who was wanted for shooting his mother and brother and had fled from his home in the Tamalpais Valley. The sheriff publicly named him as a suspect in Diane's and several other murders. However, Mark, while on the run, wrote a letter arguing that while he had indeed killed his mother and brother, he was not involved in the other murders. Later, Mark was soon apprehended, but the killings in Marin County did not cease, leading to his exclusion as a suspect. The following year, Mark admitted to the murders of his mother and brother and was sentenced to life imprisonment. In early December, the 6 hiking-related murders were linked together by the police, and the FBI developed a criminal profile, describing the killer as someone who derived pleasure from sadism and psychological torture, harbored a deep-seated hatred for women, and used killing as a means to alleviate his ever-accumulating urges, yet he could never be truly satisfied. On December 4th, a man claiming to be the killer made 3 phone calls to the Marin County Sheriff's Office. He mocked the FBI's criminal profile that depicted him as a broken child. Over the next 2 days, he made 14 more calls, repeatedly stating his intention to surrender. However, on December 6th, he fell completely silent. Despite receiving over 750 tips from across the nation, as far as South Carolina, the police did not have a single credible suspect. On March 29, 1981, Joseph traveled south for over 90 miles, shifting his hunting grounds to Henry Cowell Redwood State Park in Santa Cruz County. At that time, Joseph was on the lookout for targets from an observation deck when he spotted 20-year-old University of California, Davis student Hanson, and her same-age Stephen walking along a secluded trail overlooking Monterey Bay. Joseph took out his gun, stopped Hanson and Stephen, and bluntly told Hanson, "I'm going to rape you." Naturally, upon hearing such a demand, Hanson flatly refused him. Immediately afterward, Joseph took the couple to a place far from the road. He first fired several shots into Hanson's head, causing her to die on the spot. He then shot Stephen in the neck. Fortunately, the shot did not kill Stephen, but merely rendered him unconscious. After Joseph left, Stephen regained consciousness and struggled to find nearby hikers for help. In the end, although Stephen's vocal cords and optic nerves were severely damaged, his injuries fully recovered over time. On May 2nd of the same year, Joseph committed his final murder. The victim was 20-year-old Heather from San Jose, who worked as a printing assistant at the same trade school as Joseph. That day, Joseph invited Heather to meet in Santa Cruz under the pretext of selling her a used car at a low price. Before setting off, Heather informed her mother and her boyfriend Pinger of the meeting plan. Upon hearing the news, considering the multiple murders that had occurred locally, Pinger advised Heather not to go. However, Heather believed that even if she encountered the killer, she would be able to handle it. What she didn't know was that Joseph was indeed the serial killer who had harmed many people. After meeting, Joseph first drove Heather along the highway to Big Basin State Park. There, Joseph, armed with a gun, forced Heather to undress, raped her, and then shot her dead, leaving her body where it was. On May 24th, several hikers discovered a decomposing body. 2 days later, the victim's identity was confirmed as the long-missing Heather through dental records. In reality, in March, just a few hours after Hanson's body was discovered, based on the pattern of the crime, the Santa Cruz County Police linked the killer to the serial killer in Marin County. The same close-range shooting, the same method of disposing of the body, and the same random selection of victims. Moreover, subsequent forensic records proved that the bullet that killed Hanson and the casings from 3 murders in Marin County all came from the same pistol. Therefore, Stephen, the only survivor of the multiple murders, became the key to capturing the killer. At that time, Stephen was lying in the hospital. Due to his neck injury, his vocal cords and eyes were in an extremely painful recovery period. Despite this, he insisted that the officers bring him paper and a pen. He wrote while describing in a hoarse voice that the killer was around 50 years old, very thin, bald, and about 5 feet 10 inches to 6 feet tall. On the day of the crime, he was wearing a baseball cap, a trench coat, and a pair of horn-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. A local resident, Fritz, also came forward to confirm the accuracy of Stephen's description. He stated that he had indeed seen this man in the park that day, and after the murder, the man had left in a red car. Hearing this, the police were completely taken aback, because their previous description of the killer was entirely that of a young man in his 20s or 30s, which was completely different from the description given by Stephen. But all in all, having an accurate description was a good thing. Thus, 2 composite sketches based on verbal descriptions immediately replaced the previous sketch of a man in his 20s with brown, medium-length hair, which had originally come from the vague recollection of a hiker in Marin County. Immediately thereafter, the police launched an 18-hour-day tip hotline and nailed warning signs at the entrances of all parks in Northern California. Hike with a partner, and exercise caution when entering hiking trails alone. On April 4th, 1981, 69-year-old resident Roberta walked into the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office holding a newspaper with the composite sketch. She told the deputy on duty that the bald man in the drawing looked very much like Joseph, whom she had known for many years. Roberta's memory went back to 1955. At that time, Joseph was a fisherman aboard a storage ship. He would often visit her home and showed an unpleasant familiarity towards her 14-year-old daughter. In 1960 and 1970, the local newspaper twice reported Joseph's arrest for sexual assault. Hearing this, Roberta said, "I'm not surprised at all." And then the officers connected Roberta's identification with the descriptions given by Stephen and Fritz. In his early 50s, thin, bald, horn-rimmed glasses, and a red car. All these details pointed to the same person, Joseph. Moreover, records showed that Joseph was the last person Heather had contact with before she disappeared. On the morning of April 5th, 7 investigators split into 2 groups and quietly set up telescopes on a low hill next to Glen Park to conduct a 24-hour surveillance on Joseph's red car. For an entire week, they documented his routine of leaving home at 5 in the morning and returning at 6 in the evening. Occasionally at night, he would take an unusual route to the Big Basin Highway. Meanwhile, the laboratory compared Joseph's tire tracks with those left in the soil at the Hansen crime scene, and the results were a match. On the morning of May 14th, Joseph was arrested outside his residence in Glen Park, San Francisco, by the FBI agents. He was immediately handcuffed and taken to Santa Cruz. The officers, armed with a search warrant, entered his apartment and found a Sierra Club-published California hiking map book on the living room bookshelf. Several pages were conspicuously marked with paper clips. Each page corresponded to the locations of the crime scenes for Hansen, Heather, and several other murders in Marin County. However, despite the strong circumstantial evidence provided by the map book, the prosecution was still worried because the murder weapon used by Joseph had not yet been found. On May 15th, the jury formally indicted Joseph on 1 count of murder for Hansen. At that time, Heather's body had not yet been found, so no additional charges were added. On May 24th, Heather's body was discovered by several hikers, and 2 days later, her identity was confirmed. On the same day, the prosecution added a charge of murder for Heather. However, Joseph loudly pleaded not guilty to both charges. The breakthrough in the cases did not occur until July. In early July, a criminal named Williams, who had been arrested for a robbery in Los Angeles, revealed to the police that he had hidden a gun for Joseph in exchange for a reduced sentence. He and Joseph had become friends in prison in 1978. After their release, he sought out Joseph, hoping to continue his life of robbery. Joseph then lent Williams the revolver used to kill Hansen, Heather, and others, which is why the police did not find the murder weapon in Joseph's house. Acting on this crucial lead, the officers followed Williams's directions and found a revolver in the mountains of Santa Cruz. After ballistic and rifling comparisons, the gun was confirmed as the murder weapon, and its serial number was traced back to Molly. Initially, the police had approached Molly, but she lied to them, claiming the gun had been stolen. When the police threatened Molly with a charge of conspiracy to commit murder, Molly immediately changed her story, admitting that she had fulfilled Joseph's request to buy the gun and had handed it over to him personally. On July 31st, the Marin County jury, based on ballistic evidence, added 5 more murder charges against Joseph. Up to this point, Joseph faced a total of 7 murder charges, 2 rape charges, and 1 attempted rape charge. And the Santa Cruz district attorney promptly requested that the Hansen and Heather cases be consolidated for trial, citing the same killer, the same pattern, and the same weapon. In 1982, to avoid media coverage influencing the jury, Joseph was transferred to Los Angeles County for trial. Ultimately, after several delays, on May 24, 1984, the trial for the murders of Hansen and Heather, as well as the attempted murder of Stephen, officially commenced in a Los Angeles courtroom. In his opening statement, the district attorney, Arthur, informed the jury that they would hear firsthand how Stephen witnessed the bullets spinning in the chamber and saw his companion being killed right before his eyes. Arthur then cited a phone call Heather had made to her boyfriend before her death, indicating that the last person she saw was Joseph. The public defender for Santa Cruz County, Wright, cautioned the jury that the prosecution's arguments were based on speculation, hunches, and doubts, and that all testimonies would be scrutinized during cross-examination. After several days of deliberation, the defense admitted that Joseph had killed Hansen and Heather, but urged the jury to focus on the issue of capacity and to consider a lesser sentence. They highlighted Joseph's traumatic childhood, where he was beaten by his mother and forbidden from playing outside, instead being forced to endlessly practice the violin and ballet. Child abuse experts testified that it was the long-term abuse by his parents that led Joseph to become violent. The prosecution countered by stating that while a tragic childhood can indeed shape one's character, it does not affect an individual's ability to make choices. On July 5th, after 8 hours of deliberation, the jury found Joseph guilty on 2 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of attempted murder, 1 count of rape, and 1 count of attempted rape. They also determined that special circumstances existed, making him eligible for the death penalty. On October 5th, despite repeated appeals from the defense and the public regarding mental and psychological impairments, the jury rendered a formal verdict. The judge even publicly stated in the courtroom that if there was a case deserving of the death penalty, this was it. On November 26th, Joseph was transferred to San Quentin State Prison and locked into a gray single-story cell in the death row unit. 3 weeks after sentencing, Joseph was transferred to Marin County to face charges for the 5 hiking murders. Fast forward to May 10, 1988. After years of waiting and deliberation, the jury found him guilty on 5 counts of first-degree murder, with 2 counts of rape and 1 count of attempted rape. The local judge similarly stated that the heinousness of the case warranted only the ultimate punishment. Ultimately, Joseph was once again taken back to San Quentin's death row to await what was called the gas chamber trial. It is well known that the death penalty in California is almost a joke. After years of waiting, the victims' families never saw Joseph's execution. Instead, in 2019, the governor of California announced that the death penalty was suspended. In 2023, the state government decided to transform San Quentin State Prison into a center for rehabilitation and reflection, effectively eliminating the traditional death row. Although Joseph's death sentence remains valid, it will no longer be carried out. In 2024, Joseph contracted COVID-19. A year later, due to his inability to walk and take care of himself independently, Joseph was transferred to the California Medical Facility in Stockton, where he continues to serve his death sentence between a wheelchair and a hospital bed. Whether in the 20th or the 21st century, it is terrifying that murder cases have never been far from us. In Charlotte, North Carolina, a homeless black man, for no apparent reason, killed a Ukrainian refugee. The girl had come to the United States to escape the war. She actively integrated into her new life, working 3 jobs during the daytime and attending community college at night to study English. She believed in the rules of society and looked forward to a better future. However, while waiting to get off the bus, an 8-centimeter folding knife was plunged into her body. The girl did not turn around, nor did she have time to cry out. She simply sat there quietly, waiting for her life to end. For California, the execution of the death penalty seems to be caught in a paradox. It is the state with the highest number of death row inmates in the United States. Since the reinstatement of the death penalty in 1978, over 900 people have been sentenced to death, but only 13 death row inmates have actually been executed. Of the 13 death row inmates who were executed, only 1 person voluntarily waived his appeals and was executed. He was David Mason, a serial killer. In reality, if David had followed his lawyer's advice and chosen to appeal, he would almost certainly not have been executed. So, what made him willing to give up his own life and sincerely repent for his crimes? On December 2nd, 1956, David was born in Statesboro, Georgia. He was the 4th child of Harris and Marie. However, the arrival of this new life was not what Harris and Marie wanted. Years later, Harris recalled David's birth, saying that David was caused by his and his wife's accidental pregnancy. Marie also had tried various methods, such as lifting heavy furniture and horseback riding, in an attempt to induce a miscarriage through vigorous physical activity. But despite their efforts, David still came into this world. David's childhood was a period shrouded in darkness. Shortly after his birth, Harris moved the entire family to Oakland, California. The couple were devout fundamentalist Pentecostals, firmly believing that any lukewarm attitude towards religious activities was a desecration of God. As a result, their discipline of the children was almost brutal. The children were required to be fervent in their religious devotion, and any deviation was seen as an unforgivable sin. In this extremely oppressive environment, David and his siblings suffered physical, psychological, and verbal abuse. Most of the time, they were confined to the house and the church, forced to participate in endless religious activities. At the age of 5, David, unable to endure his parents' abuse, tried to swallow dozens of pills to end his life. He thought that such an action would make his parents stop abusing him, but he was wrong. Mari and Harris did not show any mercy because of his action. On the contrary, their abuse of David continued. Trivial matters would serve as excuses for them to beat him. The belt and the pancake turner, these everyday items became David's worst nightmares. Whenever Marie picked up a belt or a pancake turner, David would instinctively hide in the corner, trembling with fear. In the mid-1960s, David began to exhibit some disturbing behaviors and signs of mental illness. Around the age of 8, David stood beside his younger brother's crib with a knife in his hand. Due to the long-term abuse he had suffered, David's mental state had already become abnormal at this time. No one could know what he was thinking. Perhaps it was out of fear that his younger brother would also suffer abuse from their parents, so he wanted to prevent it by killing him. Later, Harris discovered David's behavior. He tied David to a workbench, gagged him, and beat him until he was unconscious. As time went on, Marie and Harris confined David to a room, which they called the dungeon. To ensure that David could not escape, they installed steel-barred grills on the windows, completely restricting his life within the dungeon. From that point on, whether it was using the restroom, eating, or sleeping, David had to ask his parents for permission first. Without their approval, he was absolutely not allowed to action on his own. For instance, when David was 11 years old, Marie discovered that he had used the restroom in his room without permission. She furiously opened the door and forced David to wear his soiled underwear on his head. Realizing that his parents regarded him as a beast, David fell into despair. In the following years, he embarked on an extreme and desperate path. He tried suicide multiple times, trying to escape this suffocating family environment by setting himself on fire, hanging himself, cutting his veins, and jumping down the stairs, but all ended in failure. Later, David not only lost hope in his own life, but also became filled with hostility and malice towards the world around him. He began to inflict violence on others, and even attempted to burn down nearby houses, schools, and churches as a way to vent the deep-seated anger and pain within him. In 1970, David was arrested by the police for several minor offenses. During the interrogation, David voluntarily admitted his guilt and reported the abuse he had suffered at the hands of his parents. However, no one wanted to understand the pain this boy had endured. No one cared about his experiences. After his arrest, David underwent a psychiatric evaluation. The results indicated that his IQ was determined to be 110 with good learning ability, but he exhibited clear signs of post-traumatic stress disorder. Obviously, if this boy had been born into a normal family, his future would have been unpredictable. Realizing that they could no longer control David's behavior, Harris and Marie forcibly sent him to a boarding school. There, David suffered even more severe abuse. He was sexually assaulted by the staff and other children. David attempted to escape several times, but each time he returned home, Harris and Marie would call the staff and forcibly send him back to the boarding school to continue the suffocating education. In 1973, David was arrested and convicted again for arson. He was sentenced to several months of imprisonment and sent to a juvenile detention center. After serving his sentence, David returned to that painful home. The following year, David chose to drop out of school and join the Marine Corps, hoping to find a new direction in life. However, soon, David made many mistakes and was disciplined multiple times. 4 months later, David was discharged from the Marine Corps and returned to his parents' home once again. After returning to Oakland, David's life fell into deeper trouble. He barely made a living by doing odd jobs and engaging in prostitution, constantly thinking about how to survive. On July 8, 1977, David officially began his criminal career. He robbed a store in San Leandro with an ice pick and stabbed a clerk named Jensen in the back. He stole her petty cash and $270 from the cash register, then threatened Jensen not to call the police or he would kill her. Before fleeing the scene, he even carefully wiped fingerprints off various objects. After the case, Jensen was taken to the hospital due to her injuries. Fortunately, she survived. When the officers showed her David's photo for identification, Jensen unhesitatingly recognized him. Later, the police issued a warrant for his arrest. Faced with the police manhunt, perhaps realizing that escape would not solve the problem, David chose to turn himself in. During the trial, he admitted his guilt and was ultimately sentenced to 36 months of imprisonment. On July 13, 1979, he was paroled. Joan, at the age of 73, had collected many rare antique coins. To her, these coins were witnesses of time and sources of joy in life. However, they became the catalyst for her murder. David, who had once done cleaning and gardening work for Joan, knew everything about her after 8 years of interaction, also aware of how to deactivate her alarm system. On March 6, 1980, David was in desperate need of money, and greed completely blinded him. David went to Joan's house, threatened her with a weapon, and demanded that she hand over all her valuables. Even though Joan was extremely panicked, she still tried to resist. She tried to activate the alarm, but failed. Later, David's violent actions began. He brutally strangled Joan into unconsciousness and then started to plunder for money. However, Joan soon regained consciousness. She tried to escape from this demon, but David chased after her. He beat Joan severely, tied her up with an electrical cord, and strangled her to death. Eventually, he fled the scene with the stolen coins, selling them for $85. Joan was afraid of burglars and thieves. She trusted David's character and explained the workings of the alarm system to him, but she never imagined that David would become a burglar. Arthur, an 83-year-old man, was notorious for paying teenagers and young males for sexual favors, which made him a despised figure in the eyes of those around him. David, who had a complicated past with Arthur, also had an unspeakable connection with him. According to David's later claims, he had engaged in those shameful sexual relationships with Arthur multiple times since his school days, sometimes in Arthur's car and sometimes at his home. On August 18, 1980, David once again arrived at Arthur's house. After a struggle, the controversial and detested old man was strangled to death by David. After killing Arthur, David rummaged through his belongings and found $16 and a ring. This ring, which Arthur had received during his military service in World War I, carried with it a special experience and memory. But in David's eyes, these were unimportant. He just hastily left the scene with the money and the ring. On November 16, 1980, 75-year-old Brown lived alone in a high-rise apartment. That afternoon, David, like a lurking beast, silently slipped into Brown's apartment. He viciously swung his fists at Brown, mercilessly beating her. Brown's cries for help echoed in the room, but no one could hear them. Eventually, David strangled Brown to death with a knot made of underwear and other clothing. After committing this crime, David did not stop there. He searched Brown's apartment for valuables, stealing her cherished rings, taking her money, and leaving her body almost completely naked. White, a warm-hearted neighbor, had just returned from outside around 4 in the afternoon. She was about to go upstairs when a man emerged from the elevator in the lobby. She instinctively took a few extra glances at him. The man looked flustered and kept his eyes averted. After the murder was discovered, White provided a detailed description of the suspicious man to the officers, who then created a facial composite based on her account. On December 6, 1980, David, armed with a wrench, broke into the second-floor apartment of 72-year-old Dorothy. During the assault, Dorothy tried to resist and attempted to drive the stranger out of her home. However, driven by rage and greed, David lost his sanity. He wielded the wrench and struck Dorothy's head and chest with great force, first breaking several of her ribs. When Dorothy collapsed to the floor, David strangled her with his bare hands. After the murder, David began to search the apartment, taking some valuables for himself. Later, he removed Dorothy's clothing, leaving her with only a sweater and a bra, which he haphazardly piled on her neck, as if to desecrate the innocent life one last time. 4 weeks later, David was driving a Dodge Charger on the highway in Alameda County. His speed was extremely high, but his heartbeat was even faster because a patrol car was closely following him. In an attempt to evade capture, David exited the highway and entered a residential area. After driving down several streets, he found himself in a dead end. With no other choice, David managed to escape on foot. Soon, the officers arrived at the scene and thoroughly searched David's car. Inside, they discovered some crucial clues: David's identification and a receipt from an auto repair shop, which prominently displayed the address of David's parents' residence. On January 22nd, an officer went to David's parents' home. He knocked on the door, and David's mother and brother Mark appeared at the entrance. The officer politely stated his purpose, hoping to gather more information about David from them. Mark was silent for a moment. Then he slowly spoke, saying that David had left home a few days earlier and had left behind a tape marked David Mason Epitaph. With everyone's consent, the officer played the cassette. Inside, David's voice was clear and calm. He meticulously confessed to a long list of violent crimes, including the murder of Dorothy. It was as if he were recounting someone else's story, yet every detail was chilling. He described aspects of the murders known only to the police, discussed his motives, and revealed parts of his own biography and living conditions. Finally, he calmly stated his belief that he would die in a shootout with the police. Based on these confessions, the police quickly issued a warrant for David's arrest. On February 4th, 1981, David was arrested in a room at a Holiday Inn. The entire arrest process was extremely calm, with no unexpected incidents. David was taken back to the police station, and in the interrogation room, he reiterated what he had said on the tape. He also admitted to murdering a man named Robert. 55-year-old Robert was his lover, living in a trailer in Butte County and running a dog business. David recounted that, after one of their dates, Robert told him that he had deliberately infected him with herpes. Then, anger and a sense of betrayal burned in David's heart, and eventually, he chose to retaliate with violence. On a late autumn night in 1980, David went to Robert's trailer. He waited quietly until Robert fell asleep. Then, without hesitation, he shot him, ending his life. And then, he robbed the trailer and left the scene with his loot. Later, David was taken to the Alameda County Jail to await trial. On May 8, 1982, the jail welcomed a new inmate, 24-year-old Johnson, who had been arrested and transported there by the police for raping and murdering Patricia in Redding. After his incarceration, Johnson exhibited extreme caution and defensiveness. He strongly requested solitary confinement from the prison authorities, asking to be isolated from other inmates and refusing to communicate with anyone, especially about the reasons for his arrest. However, during his casual conversations with other inmates, David accidentally learned that Johnson was not an ordinary prisoner. In reality, he was an informant. In the past, Johnson had frequently testified as a prosecution witness, accusing other criminals and providing key evidence for the police, which led to many people being convicted and imprisoned. This made the fire of anger in David's heart burn even hotter. He indignantly declared that Johnson would not live long and that Johnson would not be sentenced to a short term of imprisonment. That same evening, David approached his cellmates Yancey, Shorter, and Grant with a dangerous plan to kill Johnson. David believed that as an informant, Johnson had betrayed the prisoners, subjecting them to unjust treatment, and that he must pay for his actions. Yancey and Grant firmly rejected the proposal upon hearing it. But Shorter, swayed by David's instigation and harboring his own resentment towards Johnson, eventually succumbed to David's persuasion and agreed to join him in killing Johnson. So, in the early morning, David and Shorter broke into Johnson's cell. Still half asleep, Johnson was jolted awake by the sudden assault. Instinctively, he began to fight back fiercely, trying to break free from David and Shorter's grip. But the two were resolute. They overpowered Johnson and subjected him to a brutal beating. Ultimately, under David and Shorter's cruel actions, Johnson was strangled to death with a towel. In an attempt to cover up their crime, David and Shorter dragged Johnson's body to the shower room. They painstakingly hung the corpse from the pipes, trying to create the illusion that Johnson had committed suicide. They wanted people to believe that Johnson had ended his own life. Later, Johnson's body was quickly discovered by the prison staff, and a tense investigation immediately commenced. All the inmates were questioned one by one regarding the cause of Johnson's death, with everyone speculating and concealing information. However, under immense pressure, Shorter broke down. He admitted to killing Johnson along with David. Yancey and Grant also corroborated Shorter's confession. The staff then searched David's cell and personal belongings. They found David's towel and shoes splattered with blood, and David himself had multiple abrasions and bruises, clear indications that he had recently been involved in a fierce struggle. Under the fingernails of the murdered Johnson, the staff extracted blood and skin tissue. Upon testing, these samples quickly matched David's blood type, firmly linking him to the murder. In 1983, the trial began. David was charged with multiple counts of murder. However, during the trial, he withdrew his initial testimony and pleaded not guilty to all charges. David claimed that he had an alibi for the day Arthur was murdered. He told the judge and jury that he had been working at a thrift store in Thrift Town, presenting a time card as evidence. It clearly recorded his arrival at 12:31 p.m. and departure at 9 p.m. However, this seemingly strong evidence was rejected by the court. It turned out that David's brother and close friend also worked at the thrift store, and they could easily have forged such a time card for him. Therefore, this evidence could not prove his innocence. David also firmly denied any involvement in the murder of Brown. He recalled that on November 16th he was in Robert's trailer, 145 miles away from the crime scene. Robert's neighbor, after hearing his account, also came forward to confirm that he had indeed seen David helping to install a new water heater that night. But the matter did not end there. The neighbor's wife later raised objections, claiming that her husband had the date wrong. The water heater installation actually took place on November 23rd, a week after the murder. She also provided evidence that the couple had been staying with relatives in Yuba City until November 23rd, which made David's alibi for the Brown murder case untenable. Furthermore, David argued that on the day Dorothy was murdered, he had been staying at a friend's house in Barclay. His friend also testified on his behalf, confirming that David had been at her house from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. and had not left. Despite all this, these defenses ultimately failed to change the outcome of the trial. After a series of investigations and hearings, on January 27, 1984, David was found guilty of 5 counts of murder and was sentenced to death. Although he was not charged with the murder of Robert, he remained the prime suspect in that case. On August 24, 1993, at San Quentin State Prison in California, this day marked the end of David's life and the final step of his path to atonement. In the death row cell at San Quentin State Prison, David spent the last 9 years of his life. During this time, he married a woman named Charlene. Perhaps it was fate that granted him companionship in these final years. David began to reflect on his crimes, fully admitting everything he had done and expressing deep remorse for his actions. In the early 1990s, his attorney had drafted an appeal for him, attempting to reduce his sentence to life imprisonment based on his abused childhood and mental issues. A new trial might have offered him a glimmer of hope, but David voluntarily withdrew the appeal, setting the execution date for August 24th. He claimed that his decision stemmed from deep remorse and a desire to serve as a lesson to other criminals, urging them not to follow in his footsteps. That July, a journalist visited David in the death row cell. During the 90-minute interview, David calmly recounted the last 9 years of his life. In his words, he mentioned that he had embraced humanism, began to understand the pain he had caused the victims' families, and was willing to take responsibility for his actions. Although receiving over 200 letters imploring him to appeal again and 2 lawsuits from anti-death penalty activists, David never wavered in his decision. However, in August 1993, David's attorney, Marson, claimed that David was mentally incompetent and could not make such a significant decision on his own. Marson appealed to the United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit, requesting a new mental evaluation for David, but a 3-judge panel ruled that David had the right to determine his own fate, and then David fired Marson and was assigned a new attorney. On his final day, David chose to spend time with his family. He declined the last meal and instead requested to eat the same food provided to the other inmates with his family. Rather than confessing to a chaplain, he asked the prison authorities to allow him unrestricted use of the telephone in his last few hours. And his only special request was a glass of ice water. California officials stated that David could stop the execution at any time, even after being strapped to the chair in the gas chamber, by simply declaring his wish to appeal, which had already been drafted by his attorney. The prison had installed a telephone in the gas chamber. If David wanted, he could contact his new attorney Mike, who would then reach out to the Ninth Circuit Court. The court would then order a stay of execution, prolonging David's life. However, David never did this. He simply asked that none of his family members be witnesses to his death, hoping they would remember him as he was the last time they saw him. August 24th, 12:16 p.m., David entered the gas chamber. Later, the warden said David declined to make a final statement, only uttering a few simple words, "No, warden, I want to go ahead. Thank you, warden." 7 minutes later, David's life came to an end. After World War II, the crime rate in the United States soared rapidly, reaching its peak in the 1970s and the 1990s. Meanwhile, this period was also a time when serial killers were extremely rampant, with various notorious serial killers constantly appearing in people's eyes. For example, Ted Bundy, who committed murders and rapes across multiple states. Green River Killer, who indiscriminately murdered women and claimed to be cleaning up society's trash. Richard Chase, who liked to eat the victim's internal organs and blood. In reality, in those days, there was also a highly skilled and extremely brutal serial killer lurking. In the early stages of his criminal career, he was not particularly noticeable, primarily gaining experience in breaking into people's homes through theft. As time went on, he became dissatisfied with mere theft and gradually shifted his targets to single women, broke into their residences to commit sexual assaults. Later, his behavior became even more brutal, and his targets expanded beyond single women to include couples and married couples. He would carry a handgun, break into the victims' homes, force the women to tie up their partners, and then sexually assault the women. In the end, his criminal activities reached a climax because he began to kill the victims. It is worth noting that at first, the police were misled by his different targets and scattered crime locations, believing that these cases were committed by 3 different criminals. They separated these cases and named them the Visalia Ransacker, the East Area Rapist, and the original Night Stalker, respectively. In the early 1970s, Visalia, California was a quiet town. Agriculture dominated the area, with farms and ranches dotting the surrounding countryside. But this small town harbored a peculiar and puzzling phenomenon. Nearly all the houses had no windows. This situation arose from the unique economic conditions of the time. In those days, glass was prohibitively expensive due to high tariffs. Furthermore, the price of hiring local carpenters was high, and they were very arrogant and rude. Without windows, the interior of the houses would be extremely dim, so the Visalia residents never locked their doors. While this lifestyle reflected the town's tranquility and safety, this lack of vigilance also made it the perfect place for thieves to gain experience in burglary. From 1974 to 1975, a series of unusual thefts occurred in here. In some homes, piggy banks and coin jars were ransacked. Strangely, valuable items were left untouched. What's more, it seemed that the intruder was not satisfied with mere theft. He would meticulously arrange or display items in the victim homes, even move window screens to beds or bedrooms, leaving obvious traces. Clearly, these actions bear little resemblance to the typical methods of a thief. They do not resemble the impulsive, opportunistic actions of a random burglar, but rather the calculated, premeditated actions of a predator. So the intruder was given a nickname, the Visalia Ransacker. The first recorded burglary committed by the Visalia Ransacker took place on March 19, 1974, when a resident's piggy bank containing $50 in coins was stolen. Later, similar home burglaries began to occur frequently, especially on November 30, 1974, when 12 burglaries took place within a single day. Snelling, a 45-year-old and highly respected journalism professor, was awakened around 2 o'clock in the morning on September 11, 1975, by a strange noise. He got out of his bedroom and saw the back door wide open. Following the source of the sound, Snelling ran to the carport and found an attacker wearing a ski mask attempting to kidnap his daughter. The attacker, holding a gun, threatened to kill the girl if she didn't shut up. Seeing his daughter about to be harmed, Snelling didn't hesitate to rush forward and try to protect her. However, 2 bullets struck Snelling's body, instantly draining him of his strength. Staggering back to the bedroom, he told his wife to call the police. In the end, Snelling died and the attacker beat Snelling's daughter and then fled the scene. Around 8:30 p.m. on December 12, 1975, an intruder broke into the backyard of a house in Visalia, near where the Visalia ransacker was known to frequent. William, an experienced police officer, was in the garage on surveillance when he spotted the intruder. Immediately, William drew his pistol, attempting to apprehend him. Just as William was about to seize the intruder, the man stopped, raised his hands above his head, and feigned surrender. However, just as William let his guard down, the intruder pulled out a revolver and fired at William, shattering his flashlight. Although the arrival of nearby police officers to help William, the intruder managed to escape. In the end, the police only found fragments of the flashlight at the scene, tracks of tennis shoes, and the intruder's dropped loot, some blue chip stamps, and a sock filled with coins. On June 18, 1976, around 5 in the morning, Phyllis, age 23, trembled as she called the Sacramento County Police Department's emergency line. She claimed that she had been attacked and sexually assaulted in her home. The details of this case were repeatedly mentioned by the police in the days that followed. The attacker wore a ski mask and gloves throughout the crime, threatening the victim with a weapon. He applied baby oil in advance as a lubricant, tied up the victim, and then raped her. The attacker's penis was very small, and he would steal inside the house, but he would not take valuable items, only take personal items that were meaningful. Moreover, Phyllis stated that the attacker had already stripped his body before entering her room. For experienced police officers, the implications behind this behavior were self-evident. They concluded that this was a juvenile sex pervert who could not control his sexual impulses, and it was only a matter of time before he was arrested. A criminal profiler once said that most people can easily associate high-intelligence criminals with sophisticated and complex robberies. However, when it comes to rape and torture, people often regard it as a degenerate act and rarely associate it with high intelligence. Therefore, people are reluctant to believe that such criminals possess intelligence, and neither do the police. However, the Sacramento County Police never imagined that they were dealing with anything other than an ordinary rapist. Just 3 months later, on October 5, 1976, the 5th sexual assault took place, with Jane as the victim. Around 6:30 in the morning, Jane's husband had just left for work, and she was still in bed with her 3-year-old son when she suddenly heard the light in the room flickering on and off. Soon after, a man wearing a green mask appeared before her. Later, Jane's son was placed in another room while she was blindfolded and taken to the living room. During the sexual assault, the man asked Jane, "How does this compare to the captain's?" At the time, Jane's husband held the rank of captain in the Air Force, and the man also kept slapping Jane, saying, "Put some feeling into it, or I'll use a knife." When Jane's 3-year-old son woke up, all he saw was his mother bound with a bath towel, gagged with a cloth, and with marks on her wrists. As time went on, more and more evidence came to light, pointing to an unsettling fact. The attacker's crimes were not random but meticulously planned. For instance, several weeks before Phyllis was assaulted, she received a few mysterious phone calls and seemed to be followed while walking outside. And looking at Jane's case, her husband had just left the house when the attacker entered through the window of the spare bedroom. He was like a cunning nocturnal creature lurking in the shadows, screening victims, studying the structure of houses, familiarizing himself with the daily routines of people in the area, carefully planning the timing of his crimes, and being cautious, patient, and meticulous. Since the attacker always wore a mask and gloves, deliberately lowered his voice when speaking, chose times and rooms with poor lighting for his crimes, and considering that the victim's memories were not entirely reliable, the only features the police knew were that he was about 5 feet 8 inches tall, relatively young, well-built, with well-developed calf muscles, and had a small penis. In order to apprehend this rapist, the police embarked on a difficult manhunt. They began by conducting a thorough search of suspects with similar criminal records, inquiring with neighbors in the area, and visiting suspicious individuals such as couriers, milkmen, and cleaners. Police also attempted to reenact the crime scenes, blindfolding Jane and having her listen to recordings of 2 suspects to identify the rapist. Additionally, they carefully searched pawn shops in an effort to locate the stolen items. They even visited an adult store to inquire about customers who showed interest in bondage-related materials. Ultimately, they found that a man had inquired about women's registration information at the Department of Motor Vehicles. However, when the officers interviewed this man at his doorstep, he appeared agitated, stood in a gutter, completely oblivious to the water dirtying his clean leather shoes. This small detail made the police realize that they had the wrong person, and thus, the man's suspicion was dismissed. That October, 500 Sacramento County residents attended an emergency meeting about the serial rapist. They anxiously voiced their fears to police officers, hoping law enforcement would swiftly bring this monster to justice. The next day, a newspaper report struck like a sledgehammer, sending fear soaring once more. The East Area Rapist had committed his 8th consecutive assault. In those days, given the attacker's operational territory, he was dubbed the East Area Rapist. The East Area Rapist's targets were relatively focused, mainly on women who were home alone, including a minor girl, 15-year-old named Crease. Before Crease was assaulted multiple times, the man left a chilling threat. He said, "Do what I say or I'll kill you and be gone in the dark." At the time of the crime, the girl was playing the piano. Later, she never touched the piano again. Crease said that although it was only a few hours, it changed everything. On March 18, 1977, the Sacramento County Police received a call from a man who claimed to be the East Area Rapist. He taunted the police, saying, "My next victim is already being tracked. You will never catch me." On the same day, the 15th sexual assault took place. Later on, hurt single women and causing them pain no longer satisfied the East Area Rapist. As a result, couples and married couples became his primary targets. On April 2, 1977, he assaulted a couple for the first time. In this attack, he employed a modus operandi that he had never used before, and it turned out that this pattern would reappear in the cases he committed later on. He first made the female victim tie up her male partner in the bedroom. This was not a simple action of binding, but a form of psychological torture. Then, he would stack a pile of plates on the man's back and say, "If I hear any of the plates fall, I'll kill her." After that, he would take the female victim to the next room to commit the sexual assault. During the time, the male partner could only stay in the bedroom, listening to the sounds coming from the next room, feeling his helplessness and despair. According to statistics, the East Area Rapist committed approximately 50 home sexual assaults and 1 murder over a span of 3 years. On February 2, 1978, a couple walking their dog in Cordova Ranch were shot to death. British criminal psychologist David once wrote that a criminal's history is more vulnerable than his future. He believes that the key to solving a series of crimes does not lie in merely the location of the most recent crime, but in delving deeply into what happened before the first crime was committed. David emphasizes that before a criminal actually commits a crime, he may not even know that he will do so. Therefore, his behavior before the crime may not be as cautious as it is afterward. On October 1, 1979, a couple in Santa Barbara County experienced a terrifying night. At the time, an attacker wielding a flashlight woke them up with its beam. The woman was ordered by the attacker to tie up her partner. Then, she was also bound. Later, the attacker began to ransack the room, incessantly opening and closing drawers while demanding cash. However, curiously, he did not seem singularly focused on stealing money. Next, he led the woman to the living room, made her lie face down on the floor, and covered her head with a pair of tennis shorts. The woman could only hear his footsteps pacing around the room. Then, she heard him enter the kitchen, muttering the chilling words, saying, "I will kill them." Hearing these words, a powerful will to survive surged within the woman. She broke free from her bonds, ran out onto the street, and began to scream loudly. Her partner also took the opportunity to escape to the backyard of the house. Perhaps the attacker's reconnaissance work was not successful. The couple's next-door neighbor happened to be an FBI agent. Awakened by the woman's screams, the agent immediately went outside to check the situation and happened to see a man riding a stolen silver bicycle crossing the street. The man was wearing a Pendleton brand shirt and jeans, had a knife strapped to his waist, was wearing tennis shoes, and had brownish hair. After a chase through several streets, his headlights shone on the attacker. However, the attacker was extremely cunning. He decisively abandoned the bicycle, jumped over a fence between 2 houses, and vanished into the night. After the incident, the attacker was given the nickname Night Stalker. It turned out that the couple was fortunate. because nearly 3 months later, another couple was found murdered in their home by the Night Stalker. The victims were a 44-year-old plastic surgeon named Robert and a 35-year-old clinical psychologist named Deborah. In 1980, the Night Stalker moved southward in California. He first killed Charlene and Lyman in Ventura, and then made his way to Dana Point, where Keith and Patrice, a newlywed couple of just 3 months, were murdered by the Night Stalker. At that time, the couple lived in a house owned by Keith's father, Roger. August 19th, Roger, as usual, came to visit his children but heard no sound. When he entered the bedroom, the scene seemed quite ordinary. The bed was neatly made, with the quilt covering all the way to the edge of the dark headboard. Roger thought the children had just gone out. However, as he was about to close the door, a bulge under the quilt caught his attention. He walked over and gently pressed it, feeling something hard. When he lifted the quilt, he saw Keith and Patrice lying there quietly, their arms bent at a strange angle, palms facing up. In this case, the police found signs of death by blunt force trauma. The couple had multiple wounds from being struck with a heavy object on their heads. Apparently, the murderer had used some kind of weight during the crime. On February 6, 1981, 28-year-old Manuela was raped and murdered in her home in Irvine. In fact, this murder completely disrupted the life of her husband David. At the time of the attack, David was hospitalized due to illness and was not with Manuela. However, later on, the police and neighbors always suspected that David was the murderer. But for David, the real murderer, the Night Stalker, had been constantly bothering him, such as following him and frequently calling him. On July 26, 1981, Debbie had a fierce argument with her mother, Sherry. Then, Debbie stormed out of the house in anger. In her last phone call to her mother, she shouted, "Why can't you just get out of my life?" But she didn't know that this would be the last conversation between mother and daughter, because the very next day, her mother was brutally murdered, and along with her, Sherry's ex-boyfriend Gregory also died. The Night Stalker's final crime took place in Irvine, where the victim was Lisa, an 18-year-old whose life had been as tragic as her fate. In reality, Lisa's life was filled with suffering. She had had several stepfathers, each of whom had subjected her to varying degrees of abuse. And her mother's pursuit of pleasure and drugs far outweighed her sense of responsibility towards her family. Because the house was for sale and potential buyers would be coming to view the house, on May 3, 1986, Lisa's parents went on vacation to Mexico, leaving Lisa alone at home to deal with clients interested in purchasing the house. On the morning of May 5th, Linda, the real estate agent, arrived at the house as usual to check on things. Upon entering, she noticed that the dining room light was on and the newspaper's job section was spread out on the table. Linda walked down the hallway to the bedroom at the end, where she found a girl lying motionless on the bed, seemingly covered with a blanket. Later, the police quickly arrived at the scene. They carefully lifted the blanket, which was almost stuck to the girl's body, only to discover that she was completely naked, with an unknown liquid on her legs, later confirmed to be semen. She had a wound on her forehead, a bruise on her nose, and 3 teeth were knocked out, 2 of which were cruelly hidden in her hair. It was confirmed that the victim was Lisa. Initially, the attacker was given the notorious nickname, the Night Stalker, by police. However, as another serial killer named Richard, who also operated at night, became active in the Los Angeles and San Francisco areas, the police and media changed the attacker's nickname to the original Night Stalker to avoid confusion, based on the chronological order of their crimes. Since 1986, following Lisa's murder, neither the East Area Rapist nor the original Night Stalker has committed another crime. Nevertheless, the lives of the victims have not returned to normal. They remain shrouded in fear and unease. On January 2, 1978, Phyllis, the first known victim of the East Area Rapist, received a phone call in which the caller said, "I'm going to kill you, bitch. Goddamn whore." In 2001, the Sacramento Police Department launched an investigation. They compared the DNA evidence left by the East Area Rapist with that left by the original Night Stalker. Ultimately, it was confirmed that the East Area Rapist and the original Night Stalker were the same person. Justice may be delayed, but it is never absent. Although decades have passed, the police and the public who followed these cases never gave up. Among them, a full-time mother named Michelle documented a vast amount of case details. She studied the composite sketches of the suspect, searched online daily for clues about this serial killer, and occasionally visited the victims' families to listen to their stories. And it was she who named this mysterious serial killer the Golden State Killer. Michelle was not the only one paying attention to the Golden State Killer. An investigator named Paul had been tracking the Golden State Killer for over 20 years. Despite uncovering a large number of indirect clues, such as the perpetrator's fingerprints, semen samples, and eyewitness testimonies, they were unable to narrow down the investigation due to technological limitations. In his quest to find the killer, Paul even tracked thousands of criminals, all to no avail. However, even Paul could not have imagined that these decades-long cold cases would see a crucial breakthrough thanks to a free website. In 2017, after many recommendations, Paul learned about a website focused on genetic genealogy research. It is well known today's society is in a rapidly changing and fragmented era where people are extremely eager to understand their racial origins and family history. Since there was no threshold fee for this website, a large number of people voluntarily uploaded their DNA data to there. Given the website's vast genetic database, Paul had a bold idea. He wanted to upload the Golden State Killer's DNA sample to the site and conduct a data comparison. Later, he shared this idea with his colleagues. Initially, his colleagues who were well-versed in law opposed it, as it might involve personal privacy and illegal law enforcement issues. However, lawyers gave Paul strong support, pointing out that the website's data had immense value for cracking the case and that the approach was legal. So, Paul quickly took action. He obtained a well-preserved semen sample from the Ventura County coroner. In December 2017, he created an account, uploaded the Golden State Killer's DNA to the website. After a period of waiting, they found a person whose DNA partially matched the Golden State Killer's. Clearly, this person had some blood relationship with the Golden State Killer, or he was the killer's relative. Paul had been fighting for 24 years to capture this serial killer. Once, the number of people he tracked and suspected was countless, and with the help of modern shared analysis technology, his list of suspects gradually narrowed down from millions of people to a single family. Later, by comparing appearance, age, work experience, modus operandi, and psychological profiles, the scope was further narrowed. Finally, they zeroed in on a 72-year-old man, Joseph James D'Angelo. In mid-April 2018, the officers obtained an item discarded by Joseph. After DNA comparison, the old man was confirmed to be the killer. Michelle once wrote a letter to the Golden State Killer. In the end part of the letter, there were a few sentences. I imagine you alone in a small and dark room. You hear a car pull up to the curb and the engine shut off. You know those footsteps are coming for you. The doorbell rings. You can no longer climb the fence to escape. Take a deep breath, a big gulp of air, and clench your teeth. You can only timidly move step by step toward the ringing doorbell. You once threatened the victim, saying you would be forever silent and disappear into the darkness. Open the door and let's see your face. And this is your end. Fortunately, people have waited for this ending. Sadly, Michelle passed away 2 years before the Golden State Killer was arrested. She did not live to see this ending. The development of all things is often propelled and brought about by their essential causes. The extremely ugly and dark side that Joseph concealed can also be traced back to its origins. For most people, playing with siblings during childhood is a happy and blissful memory. But for Joseph, this period became a painful experience that tormented him for the rest of his life. During one playtime, Joseph found that his 7-year-old sister Connie had disappeared. After searching for a long time, Joseph approached an abandoned warehouse where he witnessed a shocking scene. 2 pilots were sexually assaulting a little girl. And the girl who was crying out for help with all her might was his sister Connie, whom he had been looking for. For a child around 10 years old, witnessing such a terrifying scene is undoubtedly a catastrophic psychological shock. And this painful childhood memory took deep root in Joseph's heart. Over time, it gradually transformed into despair and resentment towards real life. Joseph's personality also began to twist and become unpredictable. He started committing minor offenses, such as stealing neighbors' property, pilfering other people's mail, and torturing and killing animals. If the pain of his childhood made Joseph put on a devilish mask of hatred towards society, then His later romantic experiences were the trigger for his revenge against society. After completing his military service, Joseph met a girl named Bonnie, and soon the two fell deeply in love. This relationship gave Joseph a renewed sense of hope and beauty in life. He even announced their engagement in the local newspaper. However, 2 years later, Bonnie got married, and the groom was not Joseph, but a wealthy forensic accountant. In reality, the truth was more complicated than it appeared on the surface. It was not Bonnie who cheated on Joseph. Instead, Joseph had been the villain in this relationship. He abused Bonnie, threatened her with a gun, and even forced her to marry him. Despite all this, the relationship left a deep wound in Joseph's heart. His hatred and jealousy towards Bonnie consumed all his emotions. In many of the homosexual assaults, Joseph would stop during the crime, sobbing and shouting, "I hate you. I hate you, Bonnie." After his arrest, since the statute of limitations for the serial rape cases had expired, Joseph was only charged with 13 counts of murder and 13 counts of kidnapping. On June 29, 2020, as part of a plea deal to avoid the death penalty, he admitted to these crimes. Additionally, Joseph confessed to the burglary and murder he committed in Visalia. Thus, the crimes of the Visalia ransacker, the East Area rapist, and the original Night Stalker were all connected to one person. These heinous acts, which had once kept countless people awake at night, finally had a definitive attribution. On August 21, 2020, Joseph was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole multiple times in a row. During the trial, after listening to the victim impact statements, Joseph offered a brief apology in the face of the victims and their families' anger and sorrow. He said, "I listened to all of your statements, every single one. I truly am sorry for everyone I hurt." However, is this apology really worth accepting? This is a thought-provoking question. In fact, whether it was the multiple burglaries in Visalia or the serial rapes and murders, when Joseph committed these crimes, he was a police officer, someone who was supposed to protect the public and arrest criminals. For example, when Joseph committed the multiple burglaries in Visalia, he was working as a burglary department police officer in Exeter, just 11 miles away. Later, Joseph's daughter submitted a letter to the court, which, once made public, sparked public discussion and reflection. In part of the letter, she wrote affectionately, "I am Joseph's eldest daughter. The father I know and still know to this day. I could never tell you everything he has done for me because he always put me and my daughter first. And it has always been like this throughout our lives, so there is just so much." This letter is indeed touching, but when we stand in the shoes of the victims, imagine those who were raped and murdered. Their lives might have been better or worse than what Joseph's daughter described. No one knows. But because of Joseph, their lives were taken, their futures were stolen, and their life trajectories were completely altered, never to return to what they once were. Without Joseph, those murdered victims would definitely still be alive. In the history of human society, although the continuous progress of police criminal investigation technology and the gradual enhancement of people's vigilance, criminal behavior has always lurked in the dark side of society. From cunning thieves to brutal murderers and even the most terrifying serial killers, they all, without exception, bring immense panic and harm to the world. In 1968, it was a year full of controversy and tragedy, because within just 2 months, 2 children were brutally murdered in the Scotswood area of the UK. Victims were 4-year-old Brown and 3-year-old Brian. However, the murderer was not a pedophile, nor an adult. On the contrary, it was the 10-year-old Mary Flora Bell, a girl with a bob haircut and blue eyes, who was the true murderer. On May 25, 1968, Mary lured Brown into the bedroom of an abandoned house and killed him. On July 31st, Mary killed and dismembered Brian. She even carved the initial of her name into his stomach. What's most chilling is that after each murder, she would reveal some information to the victims' families, guiding them to the crime scene to find the body. On ordinary days, she would also tell her classmates that she had killed the person. Mary also wrote about her feelings about murder in a diary. Imagine killing a little boy and then bragging about it everywhere. Isn't that a very fun thing to do? Later, Mary was arrested by the police and diagnosed by psychiatrists as an intelligent, dangerous kid who was skilled at manipulating others, and she was sentenced to life imprisonment. 12 years later, 23-year-old Mary completed her sentence. British laws gave Mary a chance to start over, allowing her to live under a different name. Later, she got married, gave birth to a girl, and became a mother. Due to legal protections, no one knew about her past. Originally, Mary's life would have continued peacefully. The name Mary Bell would have gradually been forgotten. But in 1998, Mary voluntarily revealed her identity. She published a memoir detailing her unhappy childhood. Mary was born on May 26, 1957. Her mother, Betty, was a 17-year-old sex worker with extremely unstable mental health. "Take that thing away from me." It was the first thing Betty said when she saw Mary. Since Betty was a sex worker with many clients, so the true identity of Mary's father remained a subject of controversy. But Mary believed that her father was a man named William, a violent criminal who loved to drink and had been arrested for crimes such as armed robbery. Although Mary regarded William as her father, he never provided any positive support for Mary's growth. As an infant, toddler, and young child, Mary was extremely vulnerable to injury and accidents when she was alone with Betty. For example, Mary accidentally fell out of a first-floor window and accidentally took an overdose of sleeping pills. Obviously, Betty deliberately ignored Mary, causing her to have some accidents, or she was the culprit, wanted to hurt or kill Mary. On one occasion, Betty even sold Mary to a mentally unstable woman through a foster care agency. Later, Betty's sister, Catherine, found out what Betty had done. She angrily accused Betty and immediately rushed to Newcastle, took Mary back from the woman. Seeing Mary's plight, Catherine and her family sought to obtain custody of Mary and free her from Betty's control. However, Betty, the mother whom Mary called a sadist, refused to give up custody of Mary. For Mary, living with her mother was no different from living in hell, because Betty constantly abused her both mentally and physically. Due to work reasons, sometimes Betty would leave home to visit clients in Glasgow. This was the only time Mary can rest. Sometimes Betty would bring clients home and she would tacitly approve and encourage them to harass and sexually harass Mary. On several times, Betty even blindfolded Mary with stockings, tied her hands behind her back, and forced her to provide sexual services to clients. So, imagine this, a young girl whose father is a criminal who doesn't care whether she lives or dies, whose mother abuses her constantly, and whose mother blocks anyone who tries to help her. Therefore, it wouldn't be surprising if the girl's inner self and personality changed. Later, both at home and at school, Mary exhibited many unpredictable behaviors, including sudden mood swings and signs of violence. For example, Mary often beats up other people and has repeatedly tried to strangle her classmates and friends. Once, Mary stuffed sand into a girl's mouth, attempting to block her airway and suffocate her to death. These actions eventually turned Mary into a monster in the eyes of her classmates. Her friends all left her, but a girl named Norma was still by her side. She was Mary's neighbor, and she was also a key witness for the police to accuse Mary. On May 11th, 1968, 2 weeks before Brown was killed, a 3-year-old boy stumbled along the street, blood streaming from his head. Fortunately, a passerby found the boy and took him to the hospital. When questioned by the police about what had happened, the little boy, whose head was severely lacerated, slurred that Mary and Norma had taken him to the second floor of an abandoned air raid shelter to play, and one of them pushed him off the second floor. The next day, the parents of 3 more little girls contacted the police, complaining that their children had nearly been strangled to death by Mary while playing in the sandbox. Later, police officers located Mary and Norma. Despite the boys' parents' belief that it was an accident, they seriously inquired about the circumstances surrounding both incidents. The 2 girls denied the abandoned air raid shelter incident, claimed that they had only accidentally discovered the boy lying on the ground with a head injury. When asked about the case in which 3 girls were nearly strangled to death, Mary denied any involvement. But Norma said, at that time, Mary had approached one of the girls, asked, "What would happen if you strangled someone? Would they die?" And then Mary grabbed the girl by the throat. The other 2 girls were so scared that they couldn't move, just helplessly watching as the girl's face turned purple. And Mary also did the same thing to them. After clarifying the facts of the case, The police officers reported Mary's violent behavior to headquarters, but due to their age, Mary and Norma received only a warning. No charges were filed. In those days, the crime rate in the Scotswood was extremely high. Many children have been involved in theft and robbery. Mary was only 8 or 9 years old, and she was a girl. So, compared with what other children have done, her behavior has not attracted everyone's attention. The mother's torment, the school's neglect, and the lack of social supervision, if any of these had provided Mary with adequate support and intervention, perhaps the 2 murder cases could have been averted. In those days, with nowhere else to play, children in the area often played near abandoned houses. Most of the time, they stayed on a wasteland with many abandoned houses, and the street near that place was called St. Margaret's Road. On May 25th, 3 boys discovered Brown's body in an abandoned house on this street. He was leaning against the window, with blood and saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth onto the floor. The police arrived at the scene quickly after receiving the alarm. To the officers' confusion, apart from some blood and saliva on Brown's face, there were no obvious signs of violence. Brown did not die from stabbing or violent beating, but they found an empty bottle of painkillers. With no further clues, the police eventually ruled that Brown's death was caused by accidental overdose of painkillers. Meanwhile, Mary and Norma found Brown's aunt. They told her that one of her sister's sons had just been in an accident. We think it was Brown, but we couldn't tell for sure because he was covered in blood. And the day after the case, Mary and Norma broke into a nursery and vandalized it. They tore up books, overturned tables, and splashed ink on the walls. On May 27th, staff discovered that the nursery had been vandalized and immediately notified the police. When the police officers arrived at the scene, they found 4 scattered pieces of paper with the following written on them: "We did indeed murder Brown, you bastard. Let's go kill someone." Clearly, the officers considered these words to be a sick prank, while for the nursery, it was just the latest and most disturbing in a series of burglaries. No one took this matter seriously. A few days later, Mary and Norma showed up at the Brown family's doorstep. They told Brown's mother that they wanted to see Brown. Just as she gently said that they couldn't see her son because Brown was dead, Mary replied, "Oh, I know he's dead. I just want to see him in his coffin." Hearing these words from a 10-year-old girl, Brown's mother said nothing. She simply turned around and closed the door. Mary also shouted loudly at school, "I am the killer." Some people saw Mary and Norma playing at the place where Brown was killed, and then Mary would point to that spot and say, "I am the killer. That is where I killed him." In addition, Brown's murder cast a shadow over the Scotswood neighborhood, with people believing that abandoned buildings had taken the child's life. So the community organized a march to condemn the government for not addressing these dangerous buildings sooner, and one of the children holding a march banner was Mary. On July 31st, Mary stopped a frantic girl and asked her, "Are you looking for your brother Brian?" Brian was a 3-year-old boy who usually only played near his home. Strangely, that day, his sister couldn't find him anywhere. Mary and Norma offered to help the girl look for Brian. Then they took her to an abandoned building and Mary pointed inside, saying, "Maybe your brother is playing inside." But the girl didn't think Brian would stay there. As his older sister, she knew Brian was very timid and would never go to such a place, so she went to other places to continue looking for Brian. However, at 11 p.m., the police found Brian's body at that location, covered with weeds and gray clothing fibers, with a broken pair of scissors nearby. Following the forensic examination, a shocking piece of news was made public. First, Brian died at around 3 p.m. The cause of death was suffocation, as Brian's throat had several bruises and scratch marks from fingernails, and his lips showed obvious signs of cyanosis. In addition, the boy's legs were stabbed multiple times with scissors by the killer, and a letter was carved into his abdomen. However, the most unsettling aspect was that numerous clues indicated the killer who murdered Brian was a child. Later, a large number of police officers were deployed to Scotswood, including more than 100 investigators. By August 2nd, over 1,200 children aged between 3 and 15 in the area had been interviewed by the police. Mary and Norma were interviewed on August 1st. To the police, the 2 girls were highly suspicious. They had received information that someone had seen them playing with Brian on the afternoon of the crime. During the interview, Mary behaved very strangely. She was very quiet, while Norma was very excited, as if she had finally gotten people's attention. Under further questioning, Mary said that on the day of the case, she saw an 8-year-old boy playing with Brian, and the two seemed to have fought over a pair of broken scissors. Mary also accurately described the appearance of the scissors. However, the police never revealed what they found at the crime scene, but Mary knew that there was a pair of scissors at the scene. So why would Mary know there was a pair of scissors there? There are only two possibilities. The first possibility is that she witnessed Brian's murder. The second possibility is that she was the killer. Furthermore, the boy Mary identified was confirmed by the police to have been taken to Newcastle International Airport by his parents on the afternoon of the day of the case. Clearly, he did not have time to commit the crime. On August 4th, Norma's parents contacted the police, claiming that Norma wanted to reveal the facts she had been hiding. During the interview, Norma stated that before Brian was found, Mary had taken her to the crime scene, where she witnessed Brian's gruesome condition. Mary also demonstrated to her how Brian had been strangled, how scissors had been used to injure him, and how razor blades had been used to carve letters into his abdomen. In order to prove to the police that she was not lying, Norma took the officers to the crime scene and found the razor blade that Mary had hidden. In the early hours of August 5th, police found Mary. At first, Mary still tried to lie, but police officers immediately exposed her lies. After that, Mary became silent and said, "You are trying to brainwash me into taking the blame for the crime. I will find lawyers to help me out of this." Meanwhile, Norma made a full statement, admitting that she had seen Mary strangle Brian with her own eyes, and after Brian collapsed on the ground, Norma fled the scene out of fear. On August 7th, the day of Brian's funeral, police officers arrived at the funeral site. One of them paid particular attention to Mary's behavior. Just as Brian's coffin was being carried out, the little girl's actions shocked him because Mary stood beside the coffin, unable to hide her smile, and was so excited that she couldn't stop rubbing her hands together. Seeing this, the police officer was extremely uneasy. He swore to himself, "My God, I've got to bring her in. She will do another one." At 8 o'clock that evening, Mary and Norma were formally charged with the murder of Brian. In response to the charge, Mary said, "That's all right by me." Norma, in tears, said, I will pay you back for this." Later, Mary prepared a written statement in which she admitted that she was at the scene when Brian was killed, but the murder was Norma's doing. Both girls also underwent psychological evaluations. The assessment results showed that Norma was mentally slow and had a submissive character not good at hiding her emotions, while Mary was a clever, cunning person prone to emotional swings. Several psychiatrists concluded that Mary did not suffer from a mental disorder, but rather from a psychopathic personality disorder, also known as antisocial personality disorder. Additionally, after investigating, the police were able to reconstruct the events of the day of the case, which largely matched Norma's testimony. On the day of the case, Mary and Norma lured Brian to a secluded, abandoned building, and later, Mary pinned Brian to the ground and tightly gripped his neck with her hands. Brian tried to resist, but he was too weak to escape. Then, Mary wanted Norma to strangle Brian, but Norma was so frightened that she just cried and did nothing. Eventually, Brian gradually lost signs of life, and Norma took the opportunity to flee the scene. After that, Mary took out the scissors she had with her and stabbed Brian's legs several times, also used a razor to carve marks on Brian's stomach. On December 5, 1968, during the trial, the prosecutor told the court that Mary committed the murder solely for the pleasure and excitement of killing, and the British media also referred to Mary as innately evil. In the end, given Mary's age, she was sentenced to life imprisonment, but it was not for murder, but for manslaughter. Because the psychiatrist convinced the jury that Mary exhibited typical symptoms of mental illness and could not be held fully responsible for her actions. And Norma, considered an unwilling accomplice, was acquitted. The whole story, Betty, will inevitably become a topic of conversation, because she gave Mary a large dose of sleeping pills, so Mary gave Brown a large dose of painkillers, killing him. Because she tacitly allowed her clients to sexually harass Mary, so Mary stabbed Brian's legs multiple times with scissors and dismembered part of his genitals. Furthermore, during Mary's detention at the institution, Betty did not comfort Mary or say a single kind word to her. On the contrary, she complained that she had become the mother of a child murderer and was treated coldly by many people. The shameless Betty even collaborated with some newspapers to expose Mary's personal privacy to everyone. Later, Mary wrote a letter to Betty saying, "Please, Mom, put my tiny mind at ease. Tell judge and jury on your knees they will listen to your cry of please. The guilty one is you, not me. I am sorry it has to be this way. We'll both cry and you will go away. Tell them you are guilty, please. So then, Mom, I'll be free." In 1980, Mary was paroled from prison. The law in the United Kingdom provided her with an opportunity to start a new life, shielding her from public abuse and attention. In 1998, Mary's book caused an uproar in the UK. Many people believed that Mary was exploiting her crimes for profit. The British Prime Minister at the time also publicly condemned her. Later, Mary and her daughter applied to the court for lifelong anonymity. She moved with her family to a new place, and now almost no one knows her true identity. Sadly, such protection has not been extended to the families of victims. Even today, decades later, reporters will often disturb the lives of the victims' families, let them recall the moments of losing their loved ones. The story of the Axeman of New Orleans is undoubtedly a chilling tale. He is one of the most notorious serial killers in the history of crime in the United States and even the world, and ranking just behind the infamous Jack the Ripper. His cruel, reckless, and unrestrained behavior is enough to shock anyone who talks about him. From May 23, 1918 to October 27, 1919, it seems like a short period of just over a year, but for the people of New Orleans, it was a long and agonizing 523 days. During that time, they eagerly waited for the police press conference to announce that the mysterious attacker had been arrested. However, as time passed, this city, which brings together different cultures and languages, remained shrouded in a suffocating fear. Until the Axeman of New Orleans, like Billy the Axeman, mysteriously disappeared without a trace. On May 23, 1918, on a hot and humid night, Joseph and Catherine, an Italian couple, ended their busy day, closed the doors of their grocery store, and returned to their apartment. As midnight approached, the melodious sounds of jazz music filled the streets, and the couple drifted off to sleep peacefully. New Orleans, it is a multicultural city that blends elements from French, Spanish, African, and other cultures. Through the collision of African musical traditions and European musical styles, the jazz music was officially born on this land. In those days, the streets of New Orleans would always be filled with the sounds of jazz at midnight. After a chisel pierced the panel at the bottom of a wooden door, a mysterious attacker slowly crept into Joseph and Catherine's apartment. He listened quietly to the faint jazz music coming from outside the window and watching Joseph and Catherine as they slept soundly. In his left hand, he held an axe and a razor in his right hand, that also known as a cutthroat razor. Just as the jazz music abruptly stopped, he raised the razor and stabbed the sleeping couple. After committing the crime, the attacker did not seem concerned about being arrested by the police. He did not rush to flee the scene of the crime, but stood in front of Joseph, slowly took off his blood-stained clothes, changed into a clean set of clothes, and then disappeared silently into the street. Hours later, Andrew, who lived in the apartment next to Joseph's, opened the door hurriedly. He was Joseph's brother and the owner of a barbershop. When he reached the apartment hallway, Andrew discovered that Joseph's door had been chiseled open, and the air was filled with a smell similar to rotten eggs. Therefore, Andrew called another brother, Jack, and they went into Joseph's room together to see if something had happened to the couple. After pushing open the bedroom wooden door, the scene inside completely shocked Andrew and Jack, as the bedside, walls, and floor were covered in bloodstains. Catherine was dead, and although Joseph was still breathing with great effort, blood was continuously spurting from his throat. A few minutes later, before the police arrived at the scene, Joseph died from his injuries. Soon after, the police finally arrived at the scene. They first conducted a brief examination of Catherine and Joseph's injuries, confirming that Joseph's throat had been slit by a sharp object. Catherine's head had been nearly severed from her shoulders, and both had sustained various other injuries. After investigation, the police found a set of blood-stained clothes and a razor with bloodstains near the crime scene. In addition, they also found a message written in chalk on the sidewalk near the apartment, which they suspected was left by the attacker. It wrote, "Mrs. Maggio will sit up tonight just like Mrs. Tony." Maggio was Joseph's surname, while Mrs. Tony was attacked by a gunman at her home 6 years ago. At that time, her husband died from the gunshot wound, and although she initially survived, she later died from her injuries. Since money and valuables were still there, it was clear that robbery was not the motive for the attack. In those days, police forensic techniques were relatively primitive. Just as murder case was about to be shelved due to lack of evidence, Andrew's employee provided an important clue. He claimed that his boss Andrew was a prime suspect, as the blood-stained razor belonged to Andrew. And just 2 days before the incident, he had taken the razor under the pretext of wanting to remove an engraving. The appearance of the suspect caught the attention of the police, who immediately found Andrew and began an interrogation. Andrew was extremely calm. He said that when the murder took place, he did hear faint moans coming from next door, but because he had drunk a lot of alcohol, he thought the sounds were imaginary. Andrew also claimed that he saw an unidentified man loitering near the apartment. Since the police could not confirm the truth of what Andrew said, they had no choice but to release him. In the early hours of June 27th, John, a bread delivery driver, began his usual rounds of delivering goods to grocery stores. He was extremely busy, driving his car through different streets to deliver fresh bread to grocery stores in various areas for sale. When John drove up to the door of a store called Bezumer's Grocery, Louis, the owner, did not open the door. In John's mind, Louis was usually very punctual, so John walked to the shop door and knocked. However, instead of Louis shouting, "Wait a minute," he heard 2 people faintly calling for help. John didn't hesitate. He immediately sought help from the police. Not long after, several police officers and medical personnel arrived at the scene. They forced open the grocery store's door and found Louis and his mistress Harriet, who had been attacked. Louis suffered a fractured skull, while Harriet sustained injuries to the left side of her face and left ear. Both of their injuries were extremely severe. The weapon used by the attacker was Louis's axe, which was covered in blood and left behind in the bathroom. After investigating, the police concluded that robbery was the only plausible motive for the attack. Therefore, an African-American man named Louis as a prime suspect, because he had been an employee at the grocery store, and he chose to resign just 1 week before the attack occurred. Although there was no evidence sufficient to prove Louis's guilt, the police still arrested the man, claimed that Louis had no alibi and had provided contradictory accounts of his whereabouts, which was the reason for his arrest. Later, Louis was released because no money or valuables were missing from the crime scene, and the police were unable to gather sufficient evidence to prove Louis's guilt. After the attack, Harriet's left side of her face was completely paralyzed. As a woman who relied on her beauty for a living, her emotions became extremely chaotic. She first suspected Louis of engaging in espionage, which led to Louis being detained for 2 days. After the botched plastic surgery, she was on the verge of death and accused Louis as being the attacker who had harmed her, leading to Louis being convicted of murder. Although Louis was eventually acquitted by the court, he was wrongfully imprisoned for over a year. As the clock struck midnight on August 5th, 28-year-old Anna suddenly woke up. Actually, this wasn't the first time Anna had experienced this. As a woman 8 months pregnant, Anna often woke up in the middle of the night due to physical and psychological stress. But this time, something seemed off, because she saw a dark figure standing by her bedside. She then tried to shout loudly for her husband Ed to come and help her. However, the attacker seemed to know that Anna was alone in the house, so he did not run away. Instead, he repeatedly beat Anna's face and cut her scalp with a table lamp. Soon after, Ed returned home. In order to earn money to support his family, Ed chose to work overtime tonight, but when he returned home, he only saw his wife covered in blood. Fortunately, the woman's life was not in danger, and 2 days after the attack, she gave birth to a healthy baby girl. But for the police, this attack seemed familiar. Nothing was stolen from Anna's house, and the weapon used to harm Anna was a table lamp from her home. Like the previous 2 cases, the attacker had sneaked into the victim's home in the midnight, and no valuables or money were lost. The weapons were all items from the victims' homes. This was the first time the police had linked the 3 cases together. A few days later, another attack occurred in New Orleans. In the early hours of August 10th, while Pauline and Mary were sleeping, they heard some noisy commotion coming from the adjacent room. But the room next door was occupied only by their elderly uncle, Romano. Clearly, an elderly man would not invite people into his room and cause a disturbance without notifying his family. So, Pauline and Mary immediately ran out of the room. Then, they saw a dark-skinned, heavy-set man who wore a dark suit and slouched hat toward the door. The two girls did not attempt to stop the burly stranger. After he left, they entered Romano's room and were shocked by his injuries. He had 2 obvious cuts on his head, which were bleeding profusely. Later, when the ambulance arrived, Romano, who was seriously injured, was still able to walk to the vehicle on his own, but 2 days later, he died from severe head trauma. After the police investigation, Romano's room was found to be in disarray, but nothing was missing. The murder weapon was found in the backyard of the house. It was a bloody axe. With the occurrence of 4 attacks, the public was completely enveloped in fear. They referred to the mysterious attacker as the Axeman of New Orleans. At midnight, a large number of male residents, especially Italian immigrants, gave up sleeping, picked up weapons, and tried to protect their families. The police also received numerous reports claiming that they had seen the attackers lurking in the community, with some people even saying that they had found bloody axes in their backyards. Faced with the situation, the police also hoped to arrest the so-called Axeman of New Orleans. But there were many puzzling circumstances, such as why the attacker used the victims' belongings to harm them, why almost all of his victims were Italian and grocery store owners, and whether the 2 cases from 8 years ago were also related to him. On the evening of August 13, 1910, an Italian grocer named August and his wife were attacked in their home. The attacker used August's meat cleaver as a weapon. On September 20, 1910, another Italian grocer named Rosetto and his wife were brutally attacked in their home. Too many questions plagued the police, but perhaps in order to reduce public and police vigilance, the Axeman of New Orleans stopped his attacks, allowing people to enjoy 7 months of relative peace, until March 10, 1919, when a new attack occurred. Italian immigrant Charles and his wife Rosie, along with their infant daughter Mary, lived in the town of Gretna, across the Mississippi River from New Orleans. At midnight, the attacker used a chisel to break through the wooden panels of Charles's back door. The weapon used was still an axe. During the attack, Charles and Rosie suffered skull fractures. Their daughter, Mary, tragically died after sustaining a severe blow to the back of her neck from the axe. Upon hearing screams coming from Charles' house, a grocer named Giordano rushed to the scene and attempted to help the couple. However, after the incident, Rosie claimed that the attacker were Giordano and his 18-year-old son, Frank. But in reality, the elderly Giordano was already 69 years old and did not have the ability to attack anyone. Although his son, Frank, who was over 6 feet tall and strong, had the capability to carry out the attack, he weighed over 200 pounds, could not fit through the hole chiseled in the back door to enter Charles's house. Although Charles strongly denied his wife's claims and attempted to explain on behalf of the Giordano father and son, the police still arrested them. Ultimately, Frank was sentenced to death by hanging, and Giordano was sentenced to life imprisonment. Later, Charles chose to divorce Rosie because he could not bear the psychological pressure of framing others. A year after the incident, Rosie admitted that her jealousy of Giordano having a healthy son while her own daughter had died, as well as her resentment towards Giordano for not arriving in time to save her daughter, were the reasons why she chose to frame the father and son. 2 days after the Charles family attack, something happened that shocked the police, the media, and the public. Because the New Orleans newspaper received a strange letter which wrote, "They have never caught me and they never will. They have never seen me, for I am invisible, even as the ether that surrounds your earth. I am not a human being, but a spirit and a demon from the hottest hell. I am what you Orleanians and your foolish police call the Axeman." In the follow-up part of the letter, the Axeman said that at midnight next Tuesday, if someone did not play jazz at home, he would raise the axe to kill those people. Although the authenticity of this letter cannot be confirmed, on March 13, 1919, the people living in this city, especially the residents of the Italian immigrant community, did the right thing. They would rather believe that this letter was written by the Axeman of New Orleans than risk their lives to prove that it was fake. At midnight that day, the sound of jazz appeared in families and bars in the city and its suburbs. Although jazz today represents emotion and romance, improvisation and freedom, on that day, New Orleanians played jazz simply out of fear for their lives. Several months later, on August 10th, a grocery store owner named Steve was attacked while sleeping in his bedroom. During the attack, Steve suddenly woke up due to severe pain in his head. Upon waking, he saw a man standing next to him holding an axe. Due to the release of a large amount of adrenaline, Steve immediately began chasing the attacker. However, as he ran out of the house, the wound on his head reopened due to the intense movement, causing blood to flow freely. Fearing he was about to die, Steve ran to his neighbor's door and knocked, pleading for help. Then he lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he found himself in the hospital. On the evening of September 3rd, Sarah, who lived alone, was attacked in her apartment. Because Sarah's neighbor heard some strange noises, she called on nearby residents to come and check on the young woman who lived alone. They first knocked on the door, but Sarah did not respond because at that moment she had already fallen into a coma. Her head had suffered severe injuries and several of her teeth had been knocked out. When the neighbors didn't get a response, they broke into Sarah's apartment. Luckily, she survived thanks to the quick rescue. After investigation, it was determined that the attacker entered Sarah's apartment through an unlocked window and used an axe as a weapon. On the evening of October 27th, Esther was awakened by a cacophony of noise. She then cautiously walked into the living room, only to find a man wielding an axe emerging from her husband's bedroom. Fearful, she did not make a sound. After the man left the house, Esther immediately found her husband Mike, an Italian grocer. At the time, the entire bedroom was splattered with blood, including a painting of the Virgin Mary, and Mike was lying in a pool of blood. Due to the severity of his head injuries, Mike died at the scene. This case was the last one committed by the Axeman of New Orleans. The story of the New Orleans Axeman was extremely terrifying, but there were several points of doubt. For example, the letter allegedly written by the Axeman of New Orleans. That letter permanently linked the Axeman to jazz, and 2 days after it was published, a composer named Joseph sold a jazz piece called The Mysterious Axeman's Jazz, Don't Scare Me Papa, to frighten people, claiming that the existence of the Axeman of New Orleans had inspired him to write it. But it was highly likely that Joseph wrote the letter, as he was the person who benefited the most from this incident. He wrote the letter, sent it to the newspapers, spreading panic, and finally sold his work to the anxious people. Anyways, like Billy the Axeman, no one can confirm the true identity of the Axeman of New Orleans, and the possibility of copycat crimes cannot be ruled out, as the police have not arrested the actual perpetrator. Who was the Axeman of New Orleans? Was he a single individual or a group of people? These questions may remain forever unanswered, but history always has its own peculiarities. Perhaps one day, just like the case of Jack the Ripper, with the rapid development of modern technology, people may uncover the true identity of this attacker. As the heat of the day gradually gave way to the coolness of the night, people stopped working, and the creaky wooden house finally began to settle down along with the people's inactivity. At midnight, the mother's arms encircled her 2-year-old son, while her 7-year-old daughter curled up behind her. The three of them drifted into sleep. However, no one heard the soft sound of the back door opening. An uninvited guest entered the quiet wooden house with an axe in his hand. By the faint moonlight, he found the oil lamp placed on the cabinet. He carefully removed the glass cover of the oil lamp, bent the wick downward, and lit it. Then he slowly walked toward the stairs. The stairs of the wooden house were very narrow. The scent of aged pine resin could be detected on each step. Not far away, the windows of another house had also been pried open. The whole night there were no screams, only the dull thuds of a blunt instrument striking the skull over and over again. When the sun rose again, the windows of both houses were blocked with clothes, and the 6 people living inside never woke up again. The uninvited guest had long fled, taking nothing with him, leaving only his actions in the annals of unresolved criminal history. From September 1911 to June 1912, a mysterious serial killer traversed the American Midwest, leaving a trail of family murders in his wake. The Axemen and Midwest Axemen were already chilling enough. However, those newspapers, in their quest for public attention, dubbed the mysterious attacker Billy the Axeman. In those days, it was common to encounter several workers, cowboys, or vagrants named Billy on almost every street. The most ordinary name was tied to the most extreme violence, like wrapping a rusty axe blade in an old newspaper. The terrifying story of Billy the Axeman began in the Springs. This town is located in Colorado, nestled at the eastern edge of the Rocky Mountains, at the foot of Pikes Peak, and only 60 miles from the famous city of Denver. Initially, the town was known as a sanctuary for tuberculosis patients undergoing respiratory therapy. Later, the Cripple Creek Gold Rush brought gold and railways into the area, transforming it into a railway hub and a supply base. September 20th, 1911, was an uneasy Wednesday for Springs. In the morning, two women knocked on the door of a wooden house near the railroad tracks in Springs. They were employees of a sanatorium. Arthur, a patient at the sanatorium, was worried that something had happened to his family. His wife, Alice, and their two daughters hadn't visited him for 2 or 3 days, so he asked two employees who were on vacation to go to his house and see what had happened. After using the key given to them by Arthur to open the door, the sight before them sent a chill down their spines. All the windows and mirrors inside the house were tightly covered with clothes, which looked particularly eerie. There was a thin layer of dust on the floor and furniture, indicating that the house hadn't been cleaned for several days. With uneasy hearts, they went upstairs, where they found the remains of Alice and her two daughters. When the police arrived at the scene, a crowd of neighbors had already gathered around the wooden house. Before the police could enter Arthur's house, several neighbors reported an unsettling situation. There was a house nearby that looked very similar to Arthur's house, with the windows also covered tightly with clothes. The owner of the house, 24-year-old Wayne, his wife, and their 18-month-old daughter had not been seen for several days. The police immediately went to Wayne's house to investigate, where they confirmed that Wayne's family had also been killed. The two cases were so clean that they seemed almost sinister, with the doors and windows intact and the money and valuables untouched. The 6 victims had no enemies, and they had only moved to this town less than a month ago. The attacker's sole motive for the crime appears to have been murder, and the methods used were extremely brutal, with the skulls of all 6 victims being crushed. And the murder weapon was identified as a wooden axe, which had been stored in the backyard of a neighbor's house. Initially, the police cast suspicion on Arthur, as he usually returned home on weekends, and the deaths of the 6 victims also roughly coincided with weekends, making him the sole suspect for a time. However, the sanatorium staff pointed out that Arthur suffered from severe tuberculosis, a disease that left him lacking the physical strength and endurance to carry out such a brutal attack. Moreover, Arthur had never left the sanatorium during the relevant period. 2 weeks passed, just as the 2 cases in Springs were gradually stagnating due to lack of clues. A shocking family murder occurred in Monmouth, 700 or 800 miles away from Springs. On the morning of Sunday, September 30th, the congregation of the local First Presbyterian Church found the church doors still closed. Usually, William, the janitor, would come to open the church early in the morning. So, several members of the congregation decided to go to his house together to check on the situation. When they arrived at William's house, they found that all the windows were covered, which made them feel very strange. Feeling uneasy, they gently knocked on the door, only to find that it was unlocked. So they pushed the door open and walked inside. The mirrors and telephone in the house were covered with clothes, and then they walked into the bedroom, where they found the remains of William, his wife, and daughter. After investigating the scene, the police confirmed that William's family had all been killed by blunt force trauma to the head, with injuries concentrated on the head. They immediately launched a search, and a bloodhound tracked the attacker's scent to a pond near the railroad tracks, where they found the murder weapon, a blood-stained gas pipe. A small flashlight, engraved with the name Colorado Springs, was also found near the railway tracks. However, even today, there are still some difficulties in communication between different law enforcement jurisdictions, not to mention in those days. The Monmouth police did not conduct an in-depth investigation into the place name, nor did they realize that 2 similar cases had also occurred in Springs. Since the William family was white and lived in a community of people of color in the area, the police focused their investigation on 2 individuals who had had conflicts with William. After investigation and trial, one of the men was ultimately sentenced to 19 years in prison. 2 weeks after the William family murders, a woman living in Ellsworth, Kansas, began to worry about her neighbors, the Showman family. She hadn't been able to contact her good friend Pauline for several days. So, on the afternoon of October 16th, she decided to go and check on the situation herself. She walked up to their front door and gently knocked on the unlocked door. Since there was no response from inside the house, she pushed open the door and went in. After entering the house, she noticed that the windows, mirrors, and telephone were all tightly covered with clothes. However, everything in the house was neatly arranged, as if nothing was amiss. But when she walked into the bedroom, the sight before her plunged her into extreme fear and shock. It was a terrifying scene she would never forget. Showman, Pauline, and their 3 children were all found dead in bed, their heads crushed beyond recognition by a blunt object, blood soaking through the entire mattress. Initially, newspapers in 3 different locations reported on these family murders. As the reports went deeper, the media noticed that these cases had a lot of surprising similarities. Whether it was mirrors, windows, or telephones, all reflective items were covered up, the victims' heads were covered with sheets, and they were all brutally killed with blunt objects. Based on these similarities, people began to link these cases together and speculated that they might be the work of a single roaming killer with an insatiable thirst for blood. They referred to the attacker as Billy the Axeman, but because the name was so common and ordinary, there were several people named Billy on almost every street, which caused deep fear and anxiety among the public. Gradually, large, aggressive guard dogs became popular and expensive, and gun sales skyrocketed. Many people would place a loaded handgun by their bedside before going to sleep. However, after 4 family murders, the story of Billy the Axeman seems to have come to a halt. Perhaps it was because, during this period, police did indeed apprehend the serial killer. For instance, following the Showman family murder case, the police arrested 2 suspects. One was Pauline's sister's ex-husband, who had previously threatened the family. The other was named John, who was staying at a local hotel after the murder and left behind a bundle of blood-stained clothes. During prolonged police interrogation, John claimed that the bundle of clothes was something he found near the railway tracks when he got off the train. Perhaps he was simply trying to ease the public's tense nerves so that he could seize the opportunity to strike again. During the lull in the attacks, new incidents quickly dominated the newspaper headlines. For example, in April 1912, the sinking of the Titanic. Over time, the fear caused by the unidentified serial killer gradually subsided. But soon after, in Paula, Kansas, a century-old lakeside town, another shocking family murder case happened. On June 5, 1912, some women began to worry about their neighbors, the Hudsons, who had moved to the small town only a few months earlier. They hadn't seen the couple for 2 days, and because the couple's marriage was in serious trouble, Anna had been unfaithful. They feared that an angry Hudson might kill Anna and flee town. So these women forced their way into the Hudson's house, only to find 2 figures lying on the bed, covered by sheets. Faced with this horrific scene, they did not have the courage to lift the bedsheet. It was not until the helpers they had called arrived at the scene that the deaths of the Hudsons were confirmed. In addition, on the same evening, the Longmire family, who lived only a few minutes away from the Hudsons, also suffered an attack. A man removed the screen from the back window, leaned it against the wall, and entered the house. This method of breaking in was identical to that used by Billy the Axeman. Fortunately, Mrs. Longmire, who was highly strung, was awakened by some strange noises and shouted loudly to alert the rest of the family. But this action startled the attacker, causing him to flee the house in a hurry. This was the closest people ever came to the truth. A week later, perhaps the final case in the series of family murders in the Midwest occurred. The location is in Villisca, Iowa, just over 100 miles from Paola. On June 9, 1912, the Moore family, Moore, Sarah, and their 4 children, Herman, Catherine, Boyd, and Paul, had attended Children's Day service at the Presbyterian Church in town. At around 9 p.m., 2 other girls, Lena and Ina, who were Catherine's friends, also returned to Moore's home to spend the night. Around 10:30 p.m., the lights in the Moore household went out, and everyone inside fell asleep. Later, the police investigation almost uncovered what happened next. Since the Moore family's back door was unlocked, the attacker hid in a barn near the house ahead of time. At midnight, after confirming that everyone in the house was asleep, he picked up the axe from the backyard and quietly entered the house through the unlocked back door. He first went to the kitchen, lit an oil lamp, removed the protective cover, and bent the wick downward to make the light dim. He then went upstairs. The Moores slept in bedrooms on the second floor, with the 2 adults in one bedroom and the 4 children in another. The attacker first entered Moore and Sarah's bedroom and struck them with an axe, rendering them unconscious or killing them outright. Next, he rushed into the children's bedroom and did the same thing to the 4 children. After that, he went downstairs, found Lena and Ina, and knocked them unconscious with the axe as well. At this point, all the victims may have been dead, but the attackers did not stop. He returned to the bedroom on the second floor and methodically and brutally attacked Moore with an axe until the walls, floor, and even the ceiling of the room were splattered with blood, brain matter, and fragments of skull. After committing the brutal action, he covered the bodies of the 8 victims with bed sheets and rummaged for some coarse cloth and clothing to cover the mirrors, windows, and telephone. Finally, he left the house, carefully locking the back door. The next morning, an elderly woman noticed that there was no movement in the Moore family's house. Moore's 4 children were always noisy and rowdy. Every morning, she could see them running back and forth at the door. However, on this particular morning, the entire house was unusually quiet and lifeless. So the old woman quickly notified Moore's brother, Ross, who was a pharmacist. She hoped Ross could come over to see what had happened. Around 8 o'clock, he hurried to the Moore family's house. He first knocked lightly on the door, then shouted Moore's name loudly, but there was no response from inside the house. Realizing something was wrong, Ross took out his keys and opened the door. He cautiously entered the house to check on the situation. However, not long after, Ross stumbled out of the house. He said, "Something terrible has happened here. It's too terrible." Even if the perpetrator left traces at the crime scene, in those days there was very little awareness of the importance of preserving crime scenes. After the Moore family murder case, over 100 people entered the Moore home, destroying almost all potential evidence. One merchant even took a piece of Moore's skull and displayed it in his shop. The 6 family murders took place in 5 locations: Springs, Monmouth, Ellsworth, Paula, and Valeska. These locations are all connected by railway lines, and almost all of the victims' houses are located near the tracks. Therefore, Billy the Axeman usually traveled between different locations by train and chose his victims at random. From the perspective of criminal psychology, the motives of serial killers usually involve sex or money. However, in the cases committed by Billy the Axeman, there were no signs of sexual assault or evidence of robbery. So, regarding his motive for the crimes, only 2 possibilities remain. The first is a pure urge to kill. The second is some kind of compulsive or fantasy-driven need. This speculation is based on the fact that after each crime, he would cover the mirrors, windows, and telephones inside the house and drape the victims' faces with cloth. 6 months after the Moore family murders, a man named Henry traveled to his grandmother's home in Columbia, Missouri. There, he found the remains of his mother and grandmother, both of whom had been killed by blows to the head with an axe while in bed. At that time, people once suspected that Billy the Axeman had launched the attack again. However, after an investigation by the police, Henry was ultimately confirmed to be the murderer. It turned out that Henry had arrived at his grandmother's house a day early, brutally murdered the 2 of them, and then checked into a local hotel under an alias. The next day, he pretended to be unaware of the situation and reported the incident to the police. Henry's motive for the crime was financial hardship. He attempted to kill his mother and grandmother in order to collect insurance money. Months ago, he happened to read a detailed report about the Moore family murder case. So he tried to frame the case as the work of Billy the Axeman in order to mislead the public and the police. Afterwards, a detective suggested that Henry was Billy the Axeman. However, this speculation does not seem to hold water, as Henry's motive for murder is completely inconsistent with Billy the Axeman's modus operandi. If Henry really was the serial killer, then he would have taken the victims' valuables when he killed them. However, in the Moore family murder case, their jewelry was not taken. Although Henry was cruel, his goal was always to steal money, not to kill for no reason. In addition, in Valeska, another suspect has been charged with being Billy the Axeman. His name was Kelly. He was a missionary who had served as a pastor at many Methodist churches in North Dakota, Minnesota, Kansas, and Iowa. On the day of the incident, he attended Children's Day service with the Moore family. 5 o'clock the next morning after the incident, he left Valeska alone by train. The reason he was linked to the murder case was that shortly afterwards an elderly couple claimed that they had heard Kelly mention the Moore family murder case on the train. However, at that time, the murder case had not yet been discovered, making this detail extremely suspicious. After being arrested by the police, Kelly initially confessed to the crime. In his statement, he said, "I killed the child upstairs first, then killed the child downstairs. I knew God wanted me to do this. The idea of complete slaughter came to my mind, so I picked up the axe and went into the house to kill them." However, when the trial began, he suddenly withdrew his previous confession and pointed out that he had confessed to the crime because he had been violently beaten by the police during the interrogation. In addition, it was discovered that the elderly couple's statements were incorrect, as they could not even identify the person they had spoken to at the time. A few years ago, an article not only unveiled a new suspect but also put forward a surprising theory. It suggested that Billy the Axeman's first crime might have taken place as early as 1898. The suspect was named Paul, a farm worker born in Germany. He was considered the prime suspect in the Newton family murder that occurred near West Brookfield in 1898. Through an in-depth analysis of the case details, the author believed that Paul's crime pattern was extremely similar to that of Billy the Axeman. Specifically, Billy the Axeman's crimes usually occurred on weekends. The victims were mostly killed in the middle of the night. The weapon used was an axe, and the crime scenes were often near railway lines. These characteristics highly matched the Newton family murder case. However, despite these surprising similarities, these pieces of evidence alone were still not sufficient to conclusively identify Paul as Billy the Axeman. More than a century has passed in the blink of an eye. The Moore's house still stands there. Today, it has become a tourist attraction where visitors can walk inside and even choose to spend the night. However, the true story seems to have been buried forever in the dust of history, beyond reach. Who was Billy the Axeman? Was he sentenced to life imprisonment for a particular case and spent the rest of his life in prison? Or did he quietly return to a normal life, get married, have children, and as time etched wrinkles on his face and turned his hair white, would he occasionally tell others about the secrets hidden in his heart? These questions may remain forever unanswered, but history always has its own peculiarities. Perhaps in one day, just like the case of Jack the Ripper, with the rapid development of modern technology, people may one day uncover the true identity of this attacker. But until then, his story will remain an unsettling enigma, quietly waiting to be solved. I killed a person. After I got home, I played with the kids and toys while watching the murder news on TV. Richard said these words expressionlessly, as if he were talking about something completely ordinary. Richard was a real monster. He was a cruel sadist, a serial killer who claims to have murdered more than 200 victims. But before his crimes were exposed, everyone thought he was a good husband and a loving father. Do you liken yourself to an assassin? An interviewer once asked Richard this question. Assassin? It sounds so exotic, Richard replied with a hint of amusement and a small smile. His face then turned serious, and he said, I was just a murderer. By now, you know what I liked most was the hunt, the challenge of what the thing was. The killing for me was secondary. I got no rise as such out of it, for the most part, but the figuring it out, the challenging, the stalking and doing it right successfully, that excited me a lot. The greater the odds against me, the more juice I got out of it. In 1930, Jersey City, New Jersey, a Polish man and an Irish woman formed a family. They had 4 children in total, and Richard was the second child. This serial killer's childhood was filled with pain and fear. His father was an alcoholic and abusive man with extremely unstable emotions, who frequently beat family members. His mother was a typical two-faced person. When faced with her husband, she was too timid to resist. When faced with Richard, this woman became extremely strict and often beat Richard with a broom. But for Richard, his father was a shadow he would never forget for the rest of his life. One day in 1941, Richard, almost 6 years old, witnessed his father, as if he had lost his mind, beating Richard's older brother, incessantly until the brother stopped struggling and collapsed to the ground. The young boy did not know what death this word meant. He only knew his brother had never returned. And his parents kept repeating to him, his older brother had fallen down the stairs, which was an accident that no one had expected. Living in this family, Richard was deeply influenced by his parents. He accepted the violence he suffered and returned it to the whole world. At the age of 10, Richard tortured and dismembered nearby cats and stray dogs, fantasizing about killing his father. In addition to his parents, Richard was also the target of bullying by problem teenagers due to his short stature. In 1948, after suffering a new round of bullying, Richard, in a fit of rage, grabbed a wooden stake from the roadside and began smashing it repeatedly against the boy who had bullied him, named Chase. Minutes later, Richard came to his senses, but Chase was already lying in a pool of blood. To prevent the police from identifying the body, Richard, only 13 years old, calmly pulled out Chase's teeth, chopped off his fingers with an axe, and then threw his body off a bridge. The murder plunged Richard into darkness. He chose to drop out of school and began to sustain himself through theft. Soon after, Richard established connections with the Gambino crime family. That's because Richard owed money to a member of this family named Roy. Since Richard did not repay the money on time, Roy sent people to beat him up. And then, Richard's physique and his tolerance for pain left a deep impression on Roy. At this point, Richard was no longer a frail young boy, but a fierce and burly man. He stood at 6 feet 5 inches tall and weighed nearly 300 pounds. Later, Richard paid off his money, and Roy considered Richard his partner in crime, putting him to work selling illegal pornographic materials, robbing and beating up those who had not repaid their money. Over time, Richard's ferocity, physique, and speed in handling difficult situations caught Roy's attention. Roy wanted Richard to help the crime family do more, but Richard didn't kill anyone. He could turn into a police informant in any time. So Roy took Richard to a street, randomly selected a passerby walking his dog, ordered Richard to take him out. Without questioning the order, Richard took the gun, walked up behind the passerby, shot him in the back of the head. After that, Richard not only became Roy's favorite executioner, but also a professional contract killer, working for crime families in New York City and New Jersey. Jersey City is located in the northeastern part of New Jersey, just a few minutes' drive from Manhattan, the heart of New York City. Since 1954, Richard began regularly traveling from Jersey City to New York City, constantly prowling the west side of Manhattan in search of victims. Richard usually works for criminal families, but he has one rule: he can kill men without hesitation, but he will not kill women or children. Later, Richard recalled, once when he was about to kill a man, the man gave up resisting and knelt down to pray to God. Because Richard's mother was Catholic, so he told the man, "You have 30 minutes to pray to God and see if he will come and save your life." But God never showed up and he never changed the circumstances, and that was that. It wasn't too nice. That's one thing. I shouldn't have done that one. I shouldn't have done it that way. It was one of the only times Richard ever expressed remorse for his actions. Richard's modus operandi was extremely varied. Shootings, stabbings, strangulations, poisonings, beatings, or various other weapons. It was said that his favorite was a nasal spray bottle filled with cyanide. Moreover, Richard would always ensure to remove the victim's fingers and teeth to prevent the police from identifying them. In 1961, an 18-year-old girl named Barbara graduated from high school and took a job as a secretary at a trucking company in New Jersey. At this time, 26-year-old Richard was already divorced. After meeting the charming Barbara, he began to pursue her relentlessly. On their first date, Richard brought Barbara flowers and gifts and invited her on a second date. Soon, the girl could see Richard waiting for her at the company entrance every evening after work and holding flowers in his hands. In September 1961, Richard and Barbara got married, but Barbara did not know. Richard had allegedly committed about 65 murders during this period. In 1970, they had already had 2 daughters and a son. In the eyes of neighbors, Richard was a rich businessman. Not only did he purchase a beautiful house with a swimming pool, but also sent all his children to expensive private schools. In everyone's eyes, Richard was more of a loving husband and caring father. He didn't drink excessively, didn't use drugs, didn't have relationships with other women, enjoyed spending quality time with his family. wrote poems for his daughter, and always took his family to Disneyland for fun. But these things only exist on the surface. Richard had hardly ever done any legitimate work. He simply earned enough money through crime to provide his family with a comfortable life. And in Barbara and the children's eyes, he was a typical two-faced person with two personalities. During the interview, Barbara said, "Everyone who had met Richard thought she was the luckiest person in the world, with weekly bouquets of flowers, new jewelry, and a $12,000 raccoon coat. But the truth was not so good." Although Richard always behaves well, he occasionally exhibits unpredictable angry outbursts. Before they were married, once, Barbara and Richard were sitting in the car. She told Richard she wanted to see other people. Hearing this, Richard flew into a rage. He stabbed her in the back with a hunting knife and told her she belonged only to him, threatened to kill her entire family, and then strangled her until she lost consciousness. In reality, Barbara married Richard not only because of his threats, and also because she believed she could change him. However, reality told her that Richard would not change. During their marriage, Richard broke her nose 3 times, and on one occasion, he even tried to run her over with his car. Richard also emotionally abused the children. For example, when his daughter came home late, Richard killed her dog in front of her. Although Richard never physically abused the children, it was not because he did not want to, but because Barbara threatened Richard that if he physically abused the children, she would kill him. For decades, Richard maintained the facade of a family man by completely compartmentalizing his life. He never disclosed any information about his personal life, family, or address to the criminals he worked with, nor did he engage in any social activities outside of work. However, as he grew older, Richard made a fatal mistake. He ran a burglary group, which was the key to his eventual arrest. In 1984, an informant told the police that one of the burglary group who frequently committed burglaries in northern New Jersey was named Richard. After investigation, the police discovered that Richard not only led a burglary group, but was also linked to 5 unsolved murder cases: George, Paul, Smith, Daniel, and Maskey, and 2 of whom were Richard's accomplices. Although Richard claimed to have committed over 200 murders in his lifetime, he was only convicted of these 5 murders. The first victim, 42-year-old George. On January 30th, 1980, Richard lured George into a transaction under the pretext of selling pornographic tapes. During the transaction, Richard murdered George. On February 5th, Richard found a 55-gallon steel drum. He severed the tendons in George's legs and forced George's body into the drum. To avoid suspicion, he discarded it near a chemical plant. The second victim, 51-year-old Paul. On April 29, 1982, Paul, a pharmacist, entered a store in Paterson, New Jersey. On the surface, it was an ordinary storefront, but hidden behind it was a room filled with various stolen goods for sale. Paul's goal was to purchase a stolen drug used to treat peptic ulcers, which he planned to resell through his own pharmacy to make a huge profit. Since Richard led a burglary group, Paul and Richard made an agreement. Paul was last seen on his way to meet Richard, carrying $25,000 in cash. Later, Richard confessed to killing Paul. He claimed that he lured Paul into a rented garage and attempted to shoot him with a gun, but because the gun jammed, he beat Paul to death with a crowbar. He then stuffed Paul's body into a 55-gallon steel drum and dumped it near a motel. The third victim, 37-year-old Smith, was one of Richard's accomplices. Due to frequent burglaries, Richard's group attracted the attention of the police. In December 1982, one of the group members, House, was arrested by the police. Police also issued 2 arrest warrants for the other 2 members, Smith and Daniel. In order to hide their tracks, Richard took Smith and Daniel to a motel, but Smith disobeyed Richard's orders and left the motel without permission to visit his daughter. This thing caused Richard to worry that Smith would become a police informant. After discussing it, Richard and several other members decided to kill Smith. Richard liked to kill people with poison. He mixed cyanide into a hamburger and fed it to Smith. However, worried that Smith would struggle when he realized he was about to die, so Daniel took a rope and strangled Smith to death. The fourth victim, Daniel, was one of Richard's accomplices. After killed Smith, Richard arranged for Daniel to move into an apartment in Bergenfield that belonged to his daughter's then-fiancé, Patterson. Between February and May 1983, Daniel was murdered by Richard, and the cause of his death remains unknown. Richard even asked Patterson to help him dispose of the body. He made up a story for Patterson, saying that someone had broken into the apartment over the weekend and killed Daniel. He added that to avoid trouble with the police, they should dispose of the body and forget about the whole thing. The fifth victim, 50-year-old Masquet. On September 25, 1983, Masquet's body was found in a town park in New York State, with a distinct bullet hole in the back of his head. The police investigation revealed that on July 1, 1981, Masquet had planned to meet Richard for a deal to purchase a large quantity of blank videotapes. That day, he drove a truck carrying $95,000 in cash to meet Richard. However, Masquet never appeared again after that day. During the autopsy, the coroner discovered that Masquet's body contained ice crystals. Moreover, Masquet's wife and son claimed that Masquet was still wearing the same clothes he had on when he disappeared. These details confirm that Richard had killed Masquet and frozen his body for over 2 years. As a result, Richard earned the notorious nickname, the Iceman. In order to arrest Richard and find evidence to convict him, the police formed a joint task force with other departments. In 1985, the police arrested Richard's old friend Phil, a member of a crime family. In order to avoid arrest, Phil chose to cooperate with the police and did his best to help Dominic, an undercover police officer, establish a close relationship with Richard. Later, Dominic disguised himself as a criminal and, through Phil's connections, purchased a handgun and silencer from Richard. During the transaction, Dominic also made a request. He wanted to hire Richard to murder a wealthy Jewish cocaine dealer. Richard asked Dominic if he could provide some pure cyanide, as he preferred poison because it wouldn't make the situation worse. Richard boasted that he had killed someone by smearing cyanide on a hamburger and planned to kill a few rats, which were Richard's other 2 accomplices. On December 17, 1986, Richard found Dominic and obtained the cyanide used for the murder, but Richard still had doubts about this client. So, after obtaining the cyanide, Richard first smeared it on a hamburger and lured a stray dog to eat it. When he found that the cyanide did not kill the stray dog, Richard chose to go home and decided not to carry out the murder plan. However, the police discovered that the plan had been exposed. They set up roadblocks and successfully arrested Richard. During the arrest, Barbara repeatedly interfered with the police's arrest operation. So, because there was a gun in Richard's car, the police charged Barbara with gun possession as punishment. Later, prosecutors charged Richard with 5 counts of murder, 6 counts of weapons violations, attempted murder, robbery, and attempted robbery. At the press conference, the New Jersey Attorney General described Richard's motive for murder as profit, pointing out that Richard had conducted business transactions with others, and ultimately, they disappeared. The money ended up in Richard's hands. During the trial, Richard's 2 accomplices, House and Deppner, whom he had intended to kill, as well as Dominic, provided evidence that was unfavorable to Richard. In March 1988, the jury found Richard guilty of murdering Smith and Daniel, but since his actions were not deemed to have directly caused the victims' deaths, Richard was sentenced to a minimum of 60 years in prison. After the trial, Richard confessed to killing Masquet and George, and was sentenced to 2 additional life sentences. Moreover, Richard also confessed to killing Paul, but the police decided not to prosecute because their case was weak, and an additional life sentence would not have any impact on Richard's sentence. In October 2005, after spending nearly 8 years in prison, Richard was diagnosed with Kawasaki disease. This rare condition primarily affects the blood vessels and can lead to serious heart problems. Then, Richard was transferred to a secure ward at St. Francis Medical Center in Trenton to receive treatment. Richard had explicitly requested that doctors perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation in the event of cardiac arrest. However, his ex-wife Barbara signed a do not resuscitate order. The week before Richard died, the hospital contacted Barbara to ask if she would revoke the directive, but she refused. On March 5, 2006, Richard died of cardiac arrest. In 2008, Barbara said in a media interview that Richard's obsession with her was almost insane, and even his last words before he died were an expression of his love for her. Barbara said that he kept telling me he loved me, and I just replied, me too, but in fact I never loved him and never told him I loved him. When asked what she thought after Richard passed away, she said, I regret not telling him what a bastard he was, how much I hated him, and I wish the last words he heard were, how deeply I hated him. Have you ever thought about this question? Serial killers are usually arrested by the police based on key evidence, and it's rare for their neighbors and friends to figure out who they really are. Maybe you think that these demons are usually ragged, locked up in a mental hospital, and fantasies about crimes day and night. However, the reality is quite the contrary. In fact, serial killers are well aware of social norms, and they will even deliberately play socially accepted roles to conceal their abnormalities. For example, Bundy, who was not only strikingly handsome but also eloquent and politically active. Richard was the epitome of a caring father and husband. Their seemingly normal and even admirable personas were so convincing that even their closest friends never suspected them of being serial killers. If their crimes had remained hidden, they would still be lurking in society, continuing to take people's lives. For everyone, the real horror is not a grotesque face, because people will instinctively be on guard and retreat. But the unsettling dark truth is that serial killers look no different from ordinary people. Randall was born into a respectable family, not only excelling in sports but also possessing an extremely attractive appearance. In college, he was a football wide receiver. In 1974, he was recruited by the Green Bay Packers to join their training camp. Just when everyone thought he was about to become a professional player, 6 years later, Randall was dubbed the Interstate 5 killer by the police, suspected of committing at least 20 murders, over 100 sexual assaults and robberies. The surviving victim stated that during the assault, he was keenly aware of her fear and adjusted his rhetoric accordingly. However, in the next moment, he was able to pull the trigger as if nothing had happened. On December 26, 1950, Randall was born in Salem, Oregon. His father was a manager at the telephone company. His mother was a full-time housewife. In addition to this, he had 2 older sisters. During his childhood, he lived with his sisters in Otter Rock, a picturesque seaside town. Parents always encouraged 3 children to pursue their interests. Later, the 2 older sisters chose academic paths, with one becoming a doctor and the other a lawyer. Randall followed his father's wishes and took up sports. In his teens, the boy attended Newport High School. There, he tried many sports, such as soccer, basketball, and track and field, and ultimately chose football. His athletic talent did not disappoint anyone. Before long, he became a football star at Newport High School. Even the Newport News-Times dedicated an entire page of the newspaper to praising the teenager as the pride of Newport. Neighbors also came forward to say that the boy had been polite since he was young. Although Randall excelled in sports, he had a disturbing quirk. The boy enjoyed exposing himself to women in public, a typical exhibitionist behavior. It is said that this quirk can be traced back to his junior high school days. At the age of 13, he was seen standing by the window and exposing himself. There was a perspective that Randall's exhibitionist behavior might be connected to his family. Despite Randall's affluent family background and the absence of quarrels between his parents, his mother was a perfectionist with extremely high demands for family members. At the same time, 2 elder sisters' exceptional academic performance undoubtedly put immense pressure on Randall. So, the boy gradually developed an inferiority complex, tried to prove his existence through exhibitionist behavior. In high school, Randall was arrested by the police for manually removing his trousers and touching his genitals in front of a group of teenage girls. After his arrest, in order to prevent his parents from discovering his repulsive behavior, Randall only informed his coach. Given that the boy had the potential to become an outstanding football player, the coach attempted to cover up the incident and remain silent so that Randall could continue playing. Later, Randall's parents still found out about the incident. As a respectable family, they could not accept such the thing, so they forced Randall to undergo psychological treatment. However, it only temporarily suppressed his sexual desires and did not fundamentally eliminate his sexual impulses. After graduating from high school, Randall's criminal record was expunged. He entered Treasure Valley Community College in Ontario. However, there, he was arrested for vandalizing his ex-girlfriend's apartment. Although he was acquitted due to insufficient evidence, he could no longer continue his studies there. In 1970, Randall transferred to Portland State University, and there he played as a wide receiver for the Portland State Vikings. During his college years, Randall was regarded as a football star by his fellow students, But almost no one knew that this man had been arrested multiple times for indecent exposure and convicted twice. In 1972, he was convicted of public indecency in Vancouver, Washington. In 1973, he was convicted again for the same offense in Oregon. But these incidents did not disrupt his football career. Later, Randall's football coach recalled, "When he was with me, he was the kindest, most gentlemanly kid I knew. He was quiet and polite, worked hard, and was truly worthy of guidance. He absorbed everything I tried to teach him." Randall's former teammates and peers, however, recalled that Randall led a double life. At first, he spoke in a soft voice, seemed a bit lonely, and had few friends. As time went on, he became more and more abnormal and began to do some strange things. Perhaps because he had committed minor offenses multiple times, Randall chose to drop out of school. Just when people thought his football career was over, in 1974, Randall was drafted by the Green Bay Packers as a wide receiver. This surprised many people, and even Randall's college teammates questioned the selection. He was selected? Are you kidding me? Unfortunately, Randall was cut from the team during training camp, never played a single game. Soon after, he signed with a semi-professional team, but was fired again at the end of the season. Although neither team disclosed the reason for Randall's dismissal, a detective later learned that Randall was fired because he was involved in several indecent exposure cases in the state. At the end of 1974, Randall returned to Portland with feelings of shame and resentment growing inside him, and these emotions, mixed with exhibitionism, led him start a series of robberies and sexual assaults. In 1975, several women reported to the police that they had been attacked by a man with a knife, who not only robbed them of their purses, but also forced them to perform oral sex on him. Later, the police took special measures, arranging for female officers to disguise themselves as ordinary women to lure the attacker into committing another offense. On March 3rd, Randall was arrested by the police. During interrogation, he confessed to the crime and claimed that it was the influence of steroids that caused him to be unable to control his sexual urges. Although this crime sentenced Randall to 10 years in prison, he only served 4 years and was paroled in July 1979. Randall's release coincided with a high school reunion, where he met up with his former classmate Ayers, who was an X-ray technician. In reality, during his 4 years in prison, Randall often corresponded with Ayers through letters. On October 9, 1980, Randall arranged to meet with Ayers. As old friends who had known each other since childhood, Ayers did not refuse the invitation. However, what awaited her was not a warm embrace, but a blow to the head with a blunt object by Randall, who then forcibly dragged her into the apartment, sexually assaulted her, and killed her. On October 11th, Ayers' fiancé found her dead in her apartment. Since she had mentioned to her family that Randall had asked to meet her, they all suspected that Randall was involved in her death. And then, police found Randall for questioning. During the questioning, police found that the man's answers were evasive and even full of lies. Although they wanted to use a lie detector to uncover the truth that Randall was hiding, but he had the right to refuse. In addition, his blood type did not match the semen found in Ayers' body, so the police ruled him out as a suspect. But Ayers' mother remained convinced that Randall was the attacker. In 2005, she contacted the Portland police and persuaded them to restart DNA testing. In 2006, it was confirmed that Randall was the attacker who killed Ayers. A month later, on the morning of November 27th, Randall traveled to northern Portland, where his old friend Darcy lived. She was the ex-girlfriend of one of his college friends. Upon entering Darcy's apartment, he discovered another person, Douglas, Darcy's boyfriend, in the apartment. Later, he tied them both up and killed them. In addition, in 2012, the police confirmed through DNA testing that Randall was the attacker. The Interstate 5, which is 1,380 miles long, starts in San Diego, California, and ends in Blaine, Washington, passing through Oregon along the way. Although most people refer to this road as the 5, in the 1980s it was also known as Death Road. In addition to Roger, who became known as the Interstate 5 Strangler, there was a disturbing serial killer on this highway, Randall, known as the Interstate 5 Killer. After killing 3 victims, Randall drove his 1974 champagne-colored Volkswagen Beetle, constantly shuttling around Interstate 5 and committing a series of robberies, sexual assaults, and murders. During the attacks, Randall usually concealed his identity by wearing a hoodie, sporting a fake beard, and applying a strip of athletic tape across his nose. Police speculate that he may have done this to conceal his physical features and prevent victims from recognizing him in police lineups. Randall's attacks were completely random, although most of his victims were slender white women in their 20s. His motives for murder were almost always because the victims rejected his sexual advances. Later, Randall claimed that he had not sexually assaulted the girls and that he did not need to do so because the girls wanted him. Furthermore, unlike many serial killers, whose killing patterns typically have intervals or cooling-off periods, Randall's murders and other criminal acts increased in frequency. On December 9, 1980, Randall, wearing a fake beard and carrying a gun, robbed a gas station in Vancouver, Washington. 4 days later, he attacked an ice cream shop in Eugene, Oregon. A day later, he robbed a drive-in restaurant in Albany, Oregon. On December 21st, Randall arrived in Seattle, where he used a gun to force a female waitress into a restaurant bathroom and coerced her into masturbating. On January 8th, he returned to the Vancouver gas station he had robbed in December. This time, he not only took the money from the cash register, but also forced a female attendant to expose her breasts. On January 11th, he returned to Eugene and robbed a store. Immediately afterwards, on January 12th, he shot and wounded a female store clerk at a store in Sutherland, Oregon. 2 days later, Randall broke into the girl's home wearing a fake beard. He ordered the 8-year-old and 10-year-old girls to take off their clothes and sexually assaulted them. During the assault, he also forced the older girl to perform oral sex on him. 4 days later, Randall broke into an office building in Salem, sexually assaulted 2 women, Shari and Beth, and ultimately killed Shari and severely injured Beth, leaving her near death. Shari was the only victim for whom Randall was formally charged with murder. On January 26th and 29th, he committed further robberies in Eugene, Medford, and Grants Pass. On February 3rd, 37-year-old Donna and her 14-year-old daughter Janelle were found dead on a bed in their home in Mountain Gate, California. Both had been shot multiple times in the head, and forensic tests revealed that Janelle had been sexually assaulted before she was killed. On the same day, Randall went to Reading, kidnapped and sexually assaulted a female shop assistant. On February 9th, in Corvallis, Randall robbed a fabric store while wearing a fake beard and molested the clerk and her customers before leaving. 3 days later, Randall committed multiple robberies and 3 sexual assaults in Vancouver, Olympia, and Bellevue. When planning to return to Portland, Randall intended to host a Valentine's Day party at a downtown hotel. He invited friends and acquaintances from college, but no guests showed up. So he drove to the home of 18-year-old Julie, whom he had met while working as a bouncer at a bar. At around 2 a.m. on February 15th, he arrived at Julie's home. Around 4 a.m., he raped Julie and then shot her in the head, taking her life. In fact, from the first murder, Randall had been considered by the police as possibly the Interstate 5 killer. However, they had no substantial evidence or reason until the surviving Beth picked Randall out of a police lineup. On March 5th, Randall was taken in for questioning. Although the results were not entirely satisfactory, 2 days later, when the police searched his apartment, they found a bullet that matched the murder weapon and tape of the same brand used to bind the victim. On February 28th, a detective also obtained a record of Randall's phone calls. A police chief said, "All of a sudden it became obvious. It was a map of Interstate 5. Randall was addicted to the phone. He made thousands of calls. He had girlfriends everywhere." On March 16th, Randall was charged and prosecuted by multiple jurisdictions for the murder of Shari, as well as multiple counts of rape, sodomy, attempted kidnapping, armed robbery, and illegal possession of firearms. On June 26th, after 3.5 hours of deliberation, Randall was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to life imprisonment plus an additional 90 years. On December, Randall was again convicted of sodomy and weapons charges in connection with the Seattle attack, adding another 35 years to his sentence. In the end, Randall was sentenced to serve time at Oregon State Prison. His father visited him briefly in prison and said that he was not the son he knew. Since then, Randall's family has not spoken about the matter. Examining the history of crime globally, serial killers are arguably the most feared type of criminals. Although they may look ordinary in daily life, they will show a cruel nature and violent behavior. One of the most chilling of them is the medical serial killer. They don't need knives, guns, or ropes to kill their victims. They don't need to hide from the police, because the hospital itself is where the legal deaths place. A death, whether from a deteriorating condition or multiple organ failure, will not automatically alert the police. With no traces, no autopsies, and no archival records, even the news ignores the deaths in the hospitals. The medical serial killer commits the quietest slaughter from the safest place imaginable. Charles Cullen, one of the most notorious serial killers in American history. He murdered at least 40 patients during his 16-year-long nursing life. Rumors even claim the true number of people killed could be as high as 400 people. On February 22, 1960, an unusually cold night, Charles was born in the West Orange, New Jersey. His 7th month in the world, his father, Edmund, the bus driver, never woke up in the early morning of September 17th. In his infancy, the boy did not know what death was, but he felt the pain in his mother's crying. The childhood house was old. As Charles learned to walk, he also learned to avoid the fists of his peers, the sneers of his sister's boyfriend. When he was 9 years old, Charles tiptoed into the garage to reach for a bottle of chemical solution on a shelf. The bottle felt cold, but without the slightest hesitation, he drank it. This was Charles' first attempt to commit suicide, but it failed. No one cared whether he had ingested the chemical by accident or intentionally, but from that day on, Charles lived like a ghost. Charles's mother was born in the south of England, in a town where the sea breeze blew all year round, and after the World War II, she followed her husband to America. On December 6, 1971, as the evening rain fell on the streets, Charles's mother and his sister were driving home. However, late at night, the hospital called and informed 18-year-old Charles of his mother's death, which Charles later recalled as devastating. When the accident occurred, the hospital did not tell him in time, and, in particular, it cremated the body straight away without even allowing him to go and see his mother for the last time. In the spring of 1978, Charles shoved his books in the trash. He chose to drop out of school and entered the recruiting office. He longed for a place free of ridicule, but what he didn't know was that what awaited him was a place of extreme horror. Charles became a submariner, and while he was on board, he passed confinement tests that would scare even a psychiatrist. It is well known that submariners are the most painstaking among all military personnel. Awaiting them is a narrow space without sunlight or fresh air, filled with a mixture of noise, oil fumes, and body odors. For dozens of days or even months on end, they cannot speak loudly, cannot move around freely, and cannot express their emotions openly. Here is the dictation of a submariner. From the 30th day, the sound of my mother calling me began to ring in my ears. It was not an auditory hallucination, but a very clear one, as if she were standing right behind me, calling my name. Yet, whenever I turned around, there was nothing but pipes and lamps. So I started talking to her every day, murmuring softly to the wall, "Mom, I didn't take a shower today." I know it's wrong, but I can't control that. On the 45th day, I cried in front of the pressure gauge for 20 minutes in the cabin. No one noticed. It's not because I'm tired, but because I suddenly can't remember what my girlfriend looks like. I had a photo of her, but I was too afraid to look at it. Seeing it would only make it harder to remember. One day, I was on the night shift. The temperature in the cabin was 109 degrees Fahrenheit. I was wearing a vest and sweating all over. I suddenly realized that I was dead. I became a ghost. I began to count my heartbeat, 120 times per minute. I counted for 3 hours without moving. I'm afraid that if I move, I will really die. Soon, Charles was promoted to Petty Officer Second Class. Late at night, a year later, the chief sergeant pushed open the door of the missile control room. He saw Charles sitting alone in front of the control table, wearing surgical masks, latex gloves, disposable aprons, and covering his uniform tightly. The next day, Charles was transferred out of combat duty and thrown into low-stress work on a supply ship. Thereafter, he began attempting suicide in the remotest corners of the warship. However, each time he was caught in time. In 1984, he was granted a medical discharge, leaving only one line in his file, medical reason, unspecified. In order to continue to smell the disinfectant water, Charles enrolled in a nursing school at Mountainside Hospital in Montclair. There, he became the monitor of the nursing class, graduated in 1987, and began to work in the burn ward of St. Barnabas Medical Center in New Jersey. Meanwhile, Charles met his wife, and their first daughter was also born in the late autumn of the same year. In the delivery room, Charles was holding his daughter, and his wife was lying in bed. Looking at Charles, she felt that life would get better and better. However, Charles began to behave abnormally. First, there was a strange smell in the kitchen, and then their pet dog was also abused by Charles for no reason. On the night of June 11, 1988, in the cardiac monitoring ward of St. Barnabas Medical Center, Charles inserted a syringe into a patient's foreline. Inside was no life-saving antibiotic, but an intravenous drug overdose sufficient to stop the heart instantly. The 72-year-old senior judge was declared dead from a drug allergy in the early hours. This was the first murder Charles openly admitted to. Over the following 4 years, he sent at least 11 more patients to the morgue. Like a ghost, Charles wandered the wards, disguising each murder as the patient's natural complication. In early 1992, the pharmacy finally discovered several contaminated 4 bags, prompting management to launch an internal investigation. However, Charles had already submitted his resignation letter. It was only after his murderous actions were later uncovered that the investigation concluded that deaths were highly likely caused by Charles, the former nurse, and the exact number of patient fatalities could not be fully determined. After just 1 month of rest, Charles put on his ID badge again and returned to work at Warren Hospital in Phillipsburg. His new stage was a geriatric ward, and his chosen weapon of murder remained digoxin. With 3 excessive doses, 3 elderly women had their hearts stopped in their sleep. Before her death, the last victim opened her eyes and vaguely said to her daughter, "A sneaky male nurse gave me a shot." The victim's family relayed this to the doctors, but it was dismissed as a baseless fabrication. In 1993, Charles' wife obtained a restraining order against him out of fear that he might pose a danger to her and their 2 children. She claimed that Charles had added lighter fluid to people's drinks, burned his daughter's books, and left their daughter with a babysitter for an entire week. Although Charles denied these allegations, insisted that his wife was exaggerating, she remained convinced that he was suffering from psychosis. After their divorce, Charles moved into a damp basement apartment. He considered resigning from his job, but the court ordered him to pay child support, forcing him to remain in the nursing profession. In the late night of March 1993, Charles pried open the door of a female colleague's home and entered the bedroom through the staircase. The woman and her son were sound asleep, but Charles merely stood by their bedside for a moment before leaving the house. No one knew why he did it. Later, he began stalking the same colleague, ultimately leading her to file charges against him. Charles was sentenced to 1 year of probation for unlawful entry. In the early hours of the day after the sentencing, he attempted suicide once again. Following this incident, Charles took 2 months off and received treatment for depression at 2 psychiatric hospitals. Surrounded by white walls, soft toothbrushes, and plastic cups for scheduled medication, he outwardly complied with taking his pills, yet still made 2 more suicide attempts during this period. In late September of that year, in the dead of night, a 91-year-old woman in the cancer ward reported that a tall, thin man, not her assigned nurse, had pushed open her door and injected her with an unknown substance. The following day, she passed away seemingly of natural causes. Her son wept over her body, crying and saying, "Yesterday, my mother said she wanted to eat pudding tomorrow." Due to mounting public pressure, hospital administrators arranged for a polygraph test. But Charles passed the test, and as a result, he continued to work at the hospital. In 1994, Charles changed the job, began working in the intensive care unit of Hunterdon Medical Center, signing a 3-year contract. For the first 2 years, Charles claimed he had not harmed anyone. However, when the police came to retrieve the records in 2003, the medical files from those 2 years had long been completely destroyed by a shredder. Charles only admitted that between January and September of 1996, he had used digoxin to kill 5 patients. Later, Morristown Memorial Hospital took Charles in, but dismissed him within less than 6 months due to his failure to meet performance standards. After half a year unemployed and with child support arrears prompting a court warning, The immense pressure led Charles to seek treatment for his depression at the emergency room of Warren Hospital. Shortly afterward, he was once again briefly admitted to a psychiatric institution. In February, the Liberty Nursing and Rehabilitation Center in Allentown, Pennsylvania, was severely short-staffed and immediately assigned Charles to the ventilator unit. In the early hours of one morning, a colleague saw through a door crack that Charles was holding a syringe in one hand and pressing down on a patient's wrist with the other. The next day, that patient was found with a fractured arm, and shortly afterward, Charles caused another patient's death. In the end, the hospital administration fired Charles on grounds of improper medication administration procedures, but attributed the death to another nurse's documentation error. After being dismissed, Charles promptly joined Easton Hospital. On December 30th, 1998, following the death of an elderly patient with heart failure, his blood test revealed extremely high levels of digoxin. However, the hospital's internal investigation still yielded no results. In those days, there was a nationwide shortage of nurses in the United States. Even with Charles' history of mental illness and the numerous patients he had killed, all he needed to do was switch hospitals to resume working and resume murdering patients. There was no blacklist, no mental health reporting system, and no hospital was willing to take action against Charles for fear of facing lawsuits from patients' families. So, in this bizarre way, a serial killer was effectively safeguarded by the system. In March 1999, the burn unit of Allentown's Lehigh Valley Hospital was short on night shift nurses, and Charles was successfully hired. There, he murdered one patient and attempted to kill another. Before hospital administrators could fully investigate, Charles resigned for personal reasons and immediately secured a job in the cardiac care unit at St. Luke's Hospital. Over 3 years, Charles killed at least 5 patients and attempted to kill 2 others. In the early hours of January 11, 2000, Charles attempted to kill himself. He moved a small charcoal grill into his bathtub, drew the plastic curtain, and hoped to die from carbon monoxide poisoning. However, neighbors detected the smell of smoke and notified the fire department and police, who intervened and saved Charles. The real breakthrough in the case came in April 2002, when a night shift nurse discovered several medication vials while taking out the trash. Pharmacy records showed these medications had never been logged. Hospital administrators quietly launched an internal audit and found that the person who had taken the drugs was Charles. They gave him 2 options: resign voluntarily with a letter of recommendation to work at another hospital, or be fired with a permanent stain on his record. In June, Charles chose to resign. Shortly after, several colleagues jointly petitioned the Lehigh County District Attorney, suspecting that Charles had used those medications to murder patients. However, the case was dismissed due to lack of direct evidence. After a 3-month break, Charles began working in the critical care unit of the Somerset Medical Center in New Jersey. By then, Charles's mental illness had worsened significantly. On June 10, 2003, he injected a bolus of insulin into the foreline of Philip, a 60-year-old retired teacher. Although Philip was resuscitated, he died 6 months later from genuine heart failure. As a result, the hospital only recorded the hypoglycemic incident as an accidental event. In July, hospital administrators discovered that Charles had repeatedly violated protocols. Around the same time, the executive director of the New Jersey Poison Information and Education System warned them that at least 4 suspicious drug overdoses indicated an employee was secretly killing patients. However, it was not until October that the police were notified, after another patient had died unexpectedly. Following the incident, the state's health department urgently retrieved medical records and discovered that similar cases had occurred as early as August but had not been reported. Further investigation traced a pattern spanning many years, with similar deaths occurring at multiple hospitals where Charles had worked. To avoid legal liability, Somerset Medical Center immediately fired Charles, claiming he had lied on his job application and that his actions were unrelated to the hospital itself. On December 12, 2003, Charles was arrested by police at an unassuming restaurant in New Jersey. He was charged with 1 count of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. 2 days later, during an interrogation, Charles confessed to the officers the names of 2 victims, stating, "I did it all." He then added, "Over 16 years, about 40 victims, I never kept an exact count." In April 2004, Charles signed 13 guilty pleas for murder and 2 for attempted murder before a judge. As part of the plea agreement, He promised to cooperate with the police in exchange for not being sentenced to death. A month later, feeling that his cooperation had not been thorough enough, he confessed to murdering 3 additional victims. In November, Charles admitted in an Allentown courtroom to killing 6 patients and 3 attempted murders. He also taunted the judge by saying, "Your Honor, you need to step down." On March 2, 2006, Charles was sentenced to 18 consecutive life sentences in New Jersey, meaning he would not be eligible for parole until 2403. 8 days later, he was brought to Lehigh County, Pennsylvania, where a judge sentenced him to 6 additional life sentences. Today, Charles is still incarcerated at New Jersey State Prison in Trenton. As part of his plea agreement, investigators occasionally visit him to confirm details about additional victims. In the interrogation room, Charles described his motive for murder with a twisted logic that almost sounded compassionate. "I simply couldn't bear to witness or hear attempts to save the victims' lives. I administered overdoses to end their suffering, to prevent hospital staff from tormenting them. But most of his victims were actually in recovery and would soon have been discharged." He then added, "I can't remember clearly. Those years are like a fog." His memory had grown hazy. He could not recall how many he had killed or why he had chosen them. Sometimes, Charles firmly denied committing murders at specific hospitals, but when police presented medical records, he would relent. "It looks like it was me. I'll admit it then." Like a drop of mercury, Charles slid from one hospital to another. Over 16 years, he caused many deaths. In those days, New Jersey and Pennsylvania only required hospitals to report extremely egregious cases of death. But what constituted extremely egregious? It had to be the arrest of the murderer on the spot in the ward, a guilty plea, and a blood test used as evidence. Suspicion, anomalies, and irregularities did not count. In reality, many hospitals vaguely understood what Charles did, but none were willing to risk being sued by the patient's family and report Charles. In the wake of this case, New Jersey passed the Patient Safety Act of 2004, which for the first time mandated the reporting of serious preventable adverse events. In 2005, additional loopholes were closed. Hospitals were now required to retain records of employee complaints, medication errors, and disciplinary actions for 7 years, and synchronize them with a state database. Other states followed suit and established background investigation systems for healthcare practitioners. But the cost of these systematic improvements was paid with the lives of dozens or hundreds of people who can never be brought back.